Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join chess.com today.
Our second attempt to come at the live. I hope our voices are just perfect, and I would like to welcome back our commentator, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Welcome, Daniel.
Hi, Katie, and it is mutual. It's an honor to be commentating the Grand Prix finals with you, and it's great to be back. And then there were two. I mean, we are in for an epic showdown between Nakamura and Aronian. Both of these players have shown tremendous form throughout this tournament, and it is only fitting that they are meeting in the finals with so much on the line, Ketty?
There is a lot on the line. There is the 13 Grand Prix points, although one of those, actually both of them have already guaranteed 10 Grand Prix points. But this 13, in the end, these 3 points can change a lot, right, Dania? They have to play 2 Grand Prix out of 3. So every point matters here.
Every point is crucial, and together with the points, of course, there are monetary prizes, and these are not too shabby. We've got 5 digits there. I think the top prize, Ketty, 24,000 euros with 18,000 to the runner-up. That's the 6,000 euros. That's a pretty tidy sum of money between first and second. So, you know, Grand Prix points, there's money, there's pride, because neither of these players wants to have this good of a run and then stumble right at the finish line.
That is true. And here we're talking about the title. I'm sure both of them have this ambition to have the title, to be called the winner of the Grand Prix first leg. And they will be just closer than other 24 participants of the Grand Prix to the Candidates Tournament 2022. The games will start very soon. We just have one final game now in progress. So we're going to have a lot of time to talk about the statistics between these two players and also to predict how this match going to go.
Yeah, we'll delve into all of these details. But before we do that, and before we go on our pre-game break, I just want to remind everybody, do not forget to vote on the results of today's game. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, which of course is just one game, and make sure to vote. It's easy and you could be eligible for prizes. But remember, voting ends after the 10th move. So please do not procrastinate. Cast your vote. Vote for the player who you think is going to win. And remember to go to go.chess.com/FIDE-GP2022, all one link for more information about format, and chess.com/events to follow the game along with us.
That's right. Now we're going to take our short break, but after that, we're going to talk about the news which just came out this morning from FIDE, and more about a Grand Prix and also the Candidates Tournament will be when we are back in a few minutes. So please don't go anywhere. Welcome back. This is the finals at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. And here we are, just before the start of the round. According to my clock, it says this is the 1 minute before the start of the game. Tanya, what do you think? Are we going to say D4 or E4 as Hikaru plays those two moves equally here?
Yeah.
What's your predictions?
It's so hard to predict, Ketty. If I had to, if somebody forced me, I'd say E4. I think the way that Hikaru has been playing, he's been so principled. I feel like E4, Hikaru's soul is made up of one E4. I feel like at his core, that is the move he's more comfortable with. That is the move that he plays most commonly online. But I also think that he's going to play very solid. Whatever he does, he's going to play a solid opening because ultimately Hikaru doesn't mind going to the rapid.
Oh, he doesn't mind to go to the rapid. And the statistics which I would like to bring right now is that in classical, Aronian leads with 14-6, and they have made 25 draws. Wow. They have played so many times. This is incredible. But the things are switching in a rapid control. And here, Hikaru leads 38-28, and they have made 67 draws. So this is the statistics, which includes not only over the board chess, but also online chess tournaments. So they have played tons of games, and we can say that in over the board in classical chess time control, Aronian is leading, and in rapids, then Hikaru takes over.
Yeah, those are really interesting statistics, very illuminating. And again, Hikaru is not just going to squander the white pieces. He's going to play for a win, but at the same time, he's not going to burn too many bridges. That's just not his style, especially in recent years. But Katie, right before the game begins, I do believe we have some very recent news from FIDE that you wanted to share before the break.
I'd love to share this news if our viewers have not heard of it yet. This morning, FIDE just informed the chess community that Ding Liren will be skipping second leg as well, which automatically means that he will be skipping third leg. So he's out of Grand Prix, he's out of the chance to play in the candidates. Instead, we do have Andreikin coming in and playing last two Grand Prix legs. Andreikin was supposed to play this one here, but due to the COVID, as I know, he had to skip, and now he's back to second and third leg. So that's an unfortunate news for Ding Liren, who skipped not only this tournament, but also World Cup, Grand Swiss, World Rapid and Blitz. And now this is the fourth biggest event that Ding Liren is skipping because of the COVID restrictions and COVID situation.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate news for Ding fans, of whom there are a legion. Of course, Ding is such an amazing player with such an illustrious career, and it is sad to see him, keep as low of a profile as he did during COVID. But of course, we wish him the best, and we know that Andreikin is perhaps less of a household name among fans, but definitely a very capable replacement. He is a force to be reckoned with, one of those incredibly underrated players who's actually in the 2700s and has been for many years, but people really don't think of him in the same breath as names like Report or Nakamura or Aronian. And he might be one tiny step below them, but he's going to be doing everything he can to make the most of his candidate's opportunity. It actually might make it really interesting to see how he performs.
Yes, Tony, I agree with this. It's so hard to get into this elite group of the chess players that, for instance, our two players are very, very good at their end for a long time. Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian surely belong in elite chess, but then we're talking other players who are trying to get very close, and they don't have as much possibilities as rest of the group of people.
Right. And as we talk, we do have the first batch of moves already in, and let's quickly go over the opening, which they have blitzed out at breakneck pace. It is a Roy Lopez, and Hikaru does indeed go for 1e4 Aronian. has been playing e5 almost, I want to say, exclusively for the last couple of years at least. Okay, so a mainline Ruy Lopez, bishop b7, rook e1, b5, bishop b3. Now castles, this is the introduction to the Marshall gambit, or the Marshall attack, which would occur after c3, d5. So Hikaru playing one of several anti-Marshall setups, getting the immediate h3, which discourages d5. So Aronian fianchettos, d3, d6, and now a3, which is kind of a newer way of treating the Ruy Lopez. Traditionally, as I think people in the chat might be aware, the move c3 is considered typical for such positions. You go c3, and then essentially you get your knight through d2, ultimately to g3. But this move a3, the idea, of course, is to create luft for the bishop, discouraging knight a5. And often, Ketty, in these positions, the knight actually goes out to c3 and potentially even d5. So a very modern position, and Levon connecting his rooks with queen d7. Here, knight c3 is the most popular move according to the database.
Yeah, that move of a3, I like this idea as white is keeping the bishop on this diagonal, and there is not light square bishop over there on c8 to play bishop b6, which we have seen in some of the games already at the Grand Prix. So white's idea is to keep the bishop on this diagonal, and is there any future ways he will then get this bishop more include to f7 pawn, like knight g5, or open up f file?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can't fall asleep on as regards this pawn. For instance, knight c3, rook f8 here would be quite dubious, probably on account of knight g5, forcing the rook back. So generally, the rook stays on f8 in these types of positions. After knight c3, the funny thing is that the computer actually does like rook f8, and basically knight g5. Black also has the move knight d8 here. This is an important defensive resource, which I overlooked initially. This is a nice way of defending f7. So in response to rook f8, I think Hikaru will indeed follow up on his main plan and go knight d5. But the first big question is, will he go knight c3, or will he take the more traditional approach and deploy his knight to d2?
Yes, I'm sure he will respond this after thinking a little bit, as they have played so fast these moves. Dania, the last two games of Levon Aronian was incredible against Dominguez. He was playing with 1 hour and 36 or 37 minutes, like he was playing on the increment, and he finished both games with 1 hour plus on the clock. So do you think we might see something similar today, that he will play very fast in the opening?
Yeah, and he already is. I mean, Hikaru is the first one to take a serious think. Aronian is, his time management is incredible. He's never really been a time pressure junkie. And honestly, neither has Hikaru. I don't think we're going to see, I don't think this match is going to be decided by time pressure, honestly. So we'll see. But Hikaru taking 4 minutes or so. I'm a little surprised because queen d7, Ketty, it's the second most popular move, with knight a5 being the most popular. So I would be shocked if Hikaru has never seen this position before. But I think that he probably is aware of this position. Maybe in his file there are two different alternatives, and he's just trying to choose which one he prefers in this game.
Yeah, I'm just checking right now their games, and I can see they have played less than 10 games in this opening, and Hikaru seems to be the one who changed it. Oh, no. Hold on, I'm getting in there. Okay, he was playing e4 and c3, as you mentioned. They are like the main lines there, but I see the game back in 2018 where Hikaru goes a3, and then after castle, he knight c3, and the bishop was developed on g4. So this is sort of different line, right? Here,
here the bishop is on b7.
Yeah.
Here the bishop is on b7. So this position, am I correct that knight c3 is the most popular move here?
Yeah, knight c3 is most played move in here. Then knight b2 is second move to be played, and bishop d2 is the only 5 moves I can see. But the difference between knight c3 and knight bd2 is huge, and knight c3 seems to be the most popular line here.
Yeah, and the other thing to note is that the knight can still, in the event of a change of circumstances, the knight can still maneuver to g3. You're not, you're keeping it as flexible as possible. It's just that this additional idea of putting the knight on d5, causes more strain on black's position. But for instance, if black were to play knight a5 and then c5, as is quite typical in such variations, then I would absolutely go knight e2 and get this knight to g3 and swing it on over to f5. If black falls asleep on the king side, he's going to end up under very, very serious pressure. So I've always preferred white in these types of positions, but Levon has tremendous level of experience in these closed Ruy Lopez positions. I feel like he knows the ins and outs of the maneuvers and the structures, and he's just not an easy guy to beat in these positions.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, that's actually true. And considering how good he's playing at this tournament, he's definitely in a good shape. Just looking back all these stages we get through, he qualified from his group C by winning a lot of games, while Hikaru was making draws. As we can see right now on the screen those things. So Hikaru scored 2 victories, and then we have 4 draws, while Aronian won 3 games and he made 3 draws, and he guaranteed himself to get out of the group 1 round before. But now we have both players here, both showed that they're in a best shape. Also Nakamura, he's showing that he's very stable and he's well prepared for this tournament. Daniel, do you think Hikaru's strategy might be to get into the tie breaks?
Absolutely. I mean, if somebody came along and said, "Hey, Hikaru, you have the option of making 2 quick draws," he would take it 10 times out of 10. Basically taking the Magnus approach against Fabi in the World Championship. If some people probably remember that Magnus essentially just made draws in all of the classical games. And then in the last classical game, he was slightly better, but he still offered a draw because he was so confident in his rapid superiority. So that's what led me to say that Hikaru is not going to take too many risks. I just don't see Hikaru going crazy trying to win this in the classical portion, especially given how solid Hikaru is with the black pieces. Nobody this tournament has managed to get even an inkling of an advantage out of the opening. Of course, Andrei Yasipenko came the closest to beating him. And I guess one could argue that Yasipenko was the only one to get an advantage against Hikaru, but that was relatively uncharacteristic. So, I don't think he's offering a draw anytime soon, but he's going to try to find that happy medium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Daniel, have you seen the interview right after that game, Yasipenko and Hikaru? The question was about knight b6, and guess what? He did not notice that move during the game, and he said that he was so busy with move c6. If I don't know if our viewers remember that position with black pieces, he thought that c6 was the best move, and he didn't look any alternative. And then at the question, he was like answering like, "Oh yeah, chess engines, chess engines. That's not human move, knight b6."
And it really speaks to how difficult it is to see the move recommended by the engine and then soberly and correctly evaluate how hard it actually is to find. Because once you've opened Pandora's box and tasted of the forbidden tree, you can find the logic in any computer suggestion. Oh, this makes sense. Of course, knight b6 connects the rooks and forces the knight trade. How can you miss it? But then you cannot turn back the clock and put yourself in the mind of someone who doesn't know what the computer evaluation is. So Hikaru has had a couple of these blips. He's had a couple of moments where, of course, again, especially against Yasipenko, where his back was against the wall. But, when you're playing well and you're in good form, luck tends to favor those who are in good form and who take the appropriate amount of risk. And that's been Hikaru Nakamura so far this tournament.
Yes, and we can also talk on the other hand about Levon, how well prepared is he? And we do had the game. Oh, by the way, we have knight c3 on
Knight
the board.
c3, there we go.
Just played. Yes, I was just referring the game of Dominguez against Hikaru, Aronian Dominguez, where Aronian played all this move, I don't know, up to 20 moves, and it was computer line. And he was so well prepared. Otherwise, you cannot sacrifice a pawn with a check and play king h1 and have an advantage position in his game. So, Dania, I can say that there's a huge part of these two of engine in these two players' opening repertoire.
Yeah, I mean, cutting edge engine use is crucial for modern day success. I mean, all of these players don't just turn the engine on and press the space bar, which essentially gives the top engine line, but their team of seconds is one of the main jobs of seconds is to, and there are players who are known for their ability to do this. It's to use the computer wisely, to find the synergy between human ideas and computer ideas. Everything is checked by Stockfish, but sometimes you still can find an idea that is underestimated by the computer because it has tremendous practical value. For instance, the engine might give a bad assessment, and Daniel Dubov is probably the most famous example of such a player. And I remember against Sergei Karyakin in what is, I would say, one of the most famous games of the previous year, Dubov found what is almost a novelty on move 6 of the Italian, this move b4. I think some people might remember this. And if you turn on Stockfish, it just laughs at this move. It says it's minus 0.7. So who would play such a thing? Well, Dubov saw further than that, and he understood that the surprise aspect of this move, combined with the fact that the computer tends to overestimate positions with a pretty big material advantage, he understood those things and decided to play this move anyway, and it turned out successfully. So again, there's a balance. Yeah, you want to use the computer heavily, but I think a misconception is that these players only use the computer, and they still are able to find that synergy.
Yeah.
Levon is a great example of that.
Look, he played this move knight d8 right away without even thinking.
Yeah, still in his prep, and clearly this move is aimed against knight d5, which is now a lot less appealing now that black can take and force white to recapture with a pawn, which of course paves the way for the f pawn to march forward. But the downside, Ketty, is that it really asks for the move d4 to be played. d4 is incredibly natural here because it puts immediate pressure now on the e5 pawn. And in the event of a trade, this knight has an easy access to the f5 square.
Yeah, I love this move. d4 is mostly played here, what I see the games. And I can see that knight d8 is not one of the main lines, but there's rook coming in the center. Rook comes either from f or from a to e8 instead of knight d8. So just to connect these two rooks. But in the game, we do have knight d8, and now the most natural move d4 seems to be the white's favorite here.
Right. And if white doesn't play d4, if white procrastinates, then black is going to swing this knight around to e6. Well, what's the purpose of this maneuver? Well, it's a couple of things. First of all, knights in the center are good. Second of all, black opens up the possibility of expansion on the queen side with c5. So I wouldn't waste time if I were Hikaru. I think he's going to go d4. And it occurred to me that after takes, black has a very enticing possibility of going c5 and then c4. I see two games that continue this way. The problem is that, yes, the bishop is currently imprisoned by the pawns, but black has given up a lot in order to make that the case. This knight is a monster. Black has this weak pawn on d6. And ultimately, white's going to go b3 pretty soon. This pawn on c4 is not going to be able to sustain itself. The bishop's going to rejoin society, and then white's going to be better. So this is probably not the way for black to play.
Danny, after c5, I have seen some of the games where white is playing knight f5, c4, bishop a2, and then white's idea is to press d6 pawn. As the knight is on d8, this doesn't allow black to get rook on d8. So there are some games with bishop f4 or bishop g5, queen d2, and rook a to d1, and white is getting d6 pawn.
Yeah, and to that point, Ketty, white doesn't even have to hurry with the move b3. This bishop on a2 is chilling. You know, it's just sitting there saying, hey, I'm going to let the rest of my pieces do the heavy lifting. And then when the time is right, I'm going to get back into the game with the move b3. So this just looks like a great position for white. And so I see that the most popular move in this position is actually rook e8, with the idea of meeting knight f5. I was going to say with bishop f8, but now I see that knight e6 here is the most popular move. So I guess black doesn't mind the trade. Black actually wants white to get rid of this knight. And here black scores really well.
Yeah, and then you can develop your pieces. I suppose your black will go to hit on e4 pawn as knight comes so comfortably on c5, bishop is on b7, rook is on e8. And you know, white don't really want to push f3 there. It's not really good looking pawn.
Yeah, it's not. It's weakening. And yeah, once black gets the knight to c5 and coordinates all of his pieces, he's going to be fine. So Hikaru's still thinking here. I mean, I guess you can also consider playing knight e2, you know, reverting back to the old school line. But, you know, after knight e6, knight g3, even the move g6, I'm just not overly enthralled with white's kingside prospects. And this knight is incredibly well placed on e6.
Yep, looking really good.
So
still, we do have white thinking after knight d8. Yeah, d4 or knight e2. That's the two moves that we think is good here for white.
Yeah, d4, knight e2. Is there anything else that has been played? I mean, bishop e3, I guess, is a possible move, just developing a piece. I mean, it could do worse than that. But I just don't see. I mean, Hikaru's the kind of guy, he doesn't shy away from principled lines. Even if he's not, strictly speaking, in his preparation, he doesn't really mind going for the main stuff. So
yeah. Let's see how this game continues. As we do have one game only here, we also have some time to talk a little bit around in chess world. Dania, like 2 days ago, chess world woke up in such a mysterious world by the hacked tweets from Anish Giri, and the same day he has to play a huge event of chess.com Rapid Chess where you and Robert were doing commentary. I wonder if you have heard from Anish about that, or how do you feel the way he was playing was affected by this news, or he did not really mind it?
Yeah, I mean, he ended up losing the finals to Nepo, although he had chances in the finals as well. I don't think that he was truly affected by it. I think he put it out of his mind pretty quickly. But man, I can imagine how difficult it must be to wake up to something like that. You know, you wake up and your phone has been exploding the last 2 hours, and you know, you have to spend the entire morning in a state of panic. So I'm sure it wasn't fun. But you know, when the situation is resolved, there's a certain relief that accompanies it. And I think given the circumstances, Anish played, you know, conducted himself very, very well in the finals. He was calm, you know, he was stable, and he came very, very close to winning. And it was really an amazing inaugural weekend. I had so much fun commentating. You know, I really have the sense that this is the start of a tradition, which hopefully, and perhaps I'm jumping the gun here, but I think it's going to go on for many years. I just think that level of energy, the hype, this is a very welcome addition to the slate of chess tournaments.
Yes, and it's so ridiculous that after such a great performance at the first day of Rapid Chess, Anish went in a bed, he fell asleep, and then all the men started during he was sleeping, and he woke up in this madness that he had to then apologize whatever happened. It was not his fault, but he had to. Several DMs were sent out, really nasty ones, and yeah, and you know what I thought, like all these top guys, they have such a strong mind that this kind of things don't really affect their chess that much as others could be affected.
Yeah, I mean, just like celebrities, they're used to being famous, and when you're famous, things sometimes happen. You have to deal with situations, and in the meantime, Hikaru has gone knight h2, a very unexpected move. I'll be honest, this didn't even occur to me in this position. Now, knight h2 in and of itself is not an uncommon idea in the Ruy Lopez. What is the follow-up? Well, the follow-up generally is to bring this knight over to g4. In particular, black is likely to go knight e6, and now I think Hikaru wants to meet that move with knight g4. Now, one might look at this and say, well, what is white accomplishing? Well, the thing is, it poses a rather uncomfortable decision in front of black, because if you trade knights, right, then white gets this queen onto a super active square. If you don't trade knights, then white could take on f6 himself and then just entrench a knight onto the d5 square. So the knight on f6 is a pretty important defender and a pretty important piece. White wants to trade it, which will facilitate both his central play as well as increase potential chances for a kingside attack. The engine is skeptical of this and says that after c6, which takes the d5 square under control, black is doing totally fine. And I think that's probably true.
Tanya, I love these ideas of Hikaru, how very often he plays knight h2 or knight h7 with the same ideas to bring the knight on g4 and g5 to have some trades and change of the structure a bit. And it also like gets Aronian out of his preparation, because knight h2 is not the move you consider here as a main move, such as d4 or even knight d2, bishop b3. This is, I think, less attractive move here for white, but we have seen a lot that Hikaru does this knight maneuvering, and he finds it very very nice.
Yeah, this is a Hikaru type move for sure. He likes maneuvers, he likes slower positional chess, and Aronian not spending too much time following through on his idea with knight e6. And I would imagine that Hikaru will go knight g4. I mean, going knight h2 and then keeping it there is a little bit iffy. Also, black could potentially aim for d4 with his knight and, continue expanding. Hikaru, yeah, he goes knight g4 very quickly. And now a pretty important moment here in the early going. Because it's the first real decision that either of the players has had to make thus far, right? Because so far it's been pretty standard stuff. I guess Hikaru's knight h2 was the first sort of interesting decision, but this, I would say, is the first critical moment. How will Levon respond to the tension created by the knights? Is he going to respond with the engine move c6, or is he going to come up with something else? I would predict that Levon is going to take a sizable chunk of time here.
Oh yeah, he will take some time, as now this is the moment when some things can be changed. What black cannot do here is obviously to play knight h5 with the idea to keep this knight on g4 and the bring knight on f4, just because this h5 knights very often are hanging, and right now after knight e5 this will be just a loss of a pawn. So that's not an option here for black, as this will happen, and that's yeah, that's not an option. So once again, can we see what happens after knight g4?
He split king h8, and he took about a minute on that move. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Levon is still playing instantly. That is, wow. I mean, if he accounted for knight h2, knight g4 in his preparation, I'm taking my hat off. I mean, I don't have a hat, so maybe I'm taking my headphones off. I don't know. But I am making a gesture of admiration for Levon if he is still in his preparation.
Well, is he planning to play knight g8 and then to try to kick the knights out, like g6, f5?
I think he's actually planning. I think he is planning to play f5, but not necessarily, I think, with the idea of kicking the knight away. So, for instance, you can envision takes, and knight d5 is tempting. And here I think Levon will just play bishop d8. He'll congratulate white on putting the knight on d5, and then he'll say, you know what? I'm just kicking it away with c6. And you're right, Katie. I think either the immediate f5 to open up the f file or a preliminary g6 is on the cards here for black. And this bishop on b7, don't sleep on it, because if the f file opens, that rook on f5 is going to collaborate with the bishop. The knight can come into f4. Black's pieces have a surprising amount of attacking potential. So Hikaru can't snooze on the king's side, because he doesn't have too many pieces there.
Wow. Look at this. Hikaru is down to 1 hour and 40 minutes. He's spending a lot of time. Clearly, he's not in his preparation. He's a bit confused of these moves.
Well, he's taken.
Very quickly, he's now taken the knight on f6. And bishop takes f6.
And queen g4 is another move which comes to mind. It does tie down the knight. So queen g4 looks pretty reasonable here. If I had to make a prediction, I would say that's not unlikely.
Tanya, what do you think moves such as like a4? This might look silly because you have already played a3, but the idea is if you push b4, the knight d4 comes with a serious threat, as the bishop and the pawn both are hanging. And all right, I don't like that move.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a nasty little move, and if you have to drop your bishop back to a2, I can. How
about bishop d5 first, Tanya? Bishop d5 first.
Yeah, that makes sense. Provoke c6, and then you go back. But now, I mean, among other things, there's this move bishop h4, indicated by the engine, I have to admit, but its idea is very obvious. Black wants to play f5, right? Well, how does bishop h4 help? Well, let's say white plays bishop b3. Now, after f5 takes, look at the pressure on f2. Black's other rook is coming to f8, and this is what I'm talking about. And then Black can always play c5 at the right moment in order to reopen the diagonal for his light-squared bishop. So something like this would, really showcases how unpleasant things could get on the king side for white. And so that is why I think Hikaru is likely to play the move queen g4, just to make sure he signals to Aronian, hey, I'm not letting you run circles over me on the king side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do love now queen g4 even more. What I see, what might can happen after knight d4, and this knight should be stuffed and pinned. Tanya, we're going to take our first second break here in this tournament, and we're going to see the move very soon, and also we're going to see a tweet from Levon Aronian, who just tweeted about the hacking thing of Anush Twitter yesterday during his break time. So we're coming back with a new tweet and also the move here in this game.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. The inaugural weekend took place this past weekend. I had the pleasure of bringing it to you with Grandmaster Robert Hess, and it lived up to all of its hype and then some as Jan Nepomuceno beat out Anish Giri in the finals. And the greatest thing, that was only the first weekend. That is going to be happening essentially every single weekend, Saturday being the Swiss and Sunday being the knockout Keddy. It's basically unmissable chess action every single weekend. So, if anybody doesn't like Saturday mornings because they're too boring and they have nothing to do while lying in bed, well, now you've got something to do and you have no excuse not to do it.
Daniel, there was amazing show. I enjoyed both days watching you and Robert doing that amazing commentary, and also the games were just incredible. For us, for Europeans, this is a perfect time to chill in the evening, in front of the computer, in front of the TV. Actually, that's the time for us, and I can't wait to see the second weekend of the Rapid Chess.
For sure, yeah, it is. I guess evening in Europe when it starts. So Saturday evening entertainment for Europeans, Saturday morning entertainment for people in the Americas. This is the best of all worlds, literally and figuratively. And in the meantime, Keddy, Hikaru has indeed gone queen g4, not a surprise as we predicted. And Levon continuing to play at a blistering pace, rook a to e8, a very natural response. He brings the rook into the game, reinforcing the knight. And honestly, I think Black has essentially solved all of his opening problems. But your move, Keddy, a4, I wouldn't sleep on this move if I'm Levon, because the moment you move the rook away from the a file, White's rook on a1 could end up playing a bigger role in the game than Black would like.
Right, and if you trade those pawns, then a6 will be something that surely White will target. On the way, after a4, b, bishop a4, Black has to cover this pin from this diagonal, and this makes b7 bishop really bad looking. And on the other hand, bishop can come back on b7, c4 to target a6 weakness. There is something that White can, take the attention of Black on the queen side. If you push b4, we have seen that knight jump on d5, attacking b4, and the bishop on f6 looks quite tempting as well. And what else Black can do there after a4? If Black simply allows White to open up a file, then ab, rook a7 is not bad for White at all.
Yeah, and Black could play c6 here conceivably. And as you mentioned, of course, the downside of this move is that it puts the bishop out of commission, at least for the time being. But that's honestly not such a huge problem, because Black can go c5 at the right moment and reopen the bishop. So after ab, Black could consider cb, but that weakens the d5 square. So probably ab. And if you're Hikaru, you don't want to rush with the move rook a7, because if you play it too quickly, Black is just going to go rook a8 and you haven't accomplished anything. Right now you have to go for the trade. But it's the threat being stronger than the execution. A classic example. It's just the possibility of rook a7 that Black has to constantly worry about, which makes this just a little bit unpleasant. So I'm curious if Hikaru is going to try to pounce on this straight away, or is he going to make a more neutral developing move such as bishop e3, which of course is also very possible.
Yeah, bishop e3 seems also a very natural move and good looking move, as White can then connect the rooks after that move. Daniel, using this pin on this diagonal, can White consider to push f4?
Yeah, for sure. F4 is a viable candidate move. Probably takes. And again, as Keddy is pointing out, you cannot take the bishop because you dropped the queen. So one idea would be either to defend the queen or to move it away. So for instance, rook e7 comes to mind. Now knight takes f4 is a very serious positional threat. Now, you might wonder, well, why is that? Well, let's make a neutral move for white, rook a d1. The problem really consists in the dark squares here. If you look at how many weak dark squares white has, this combined with the fact that f5 is coming makes this position pretty hard to bear. So here white will have to move the bishop back. Yeah, I don't see why this is not something to consider for white. I guess knight d4 could potentially end up being a little bit unpleasant here, though, because you can't move the bishop away. And as we've established, you don't really want to give away either of your bishops. So something to consider, but perhaps not immediately.
Yes, maybe this bishop on f6 will be a very open after f4. And how don't we play knight d5 first to just kick this bishop back? And then f4 might be even strong threat after this. Interesting
idea. Although here, black could try c6, and this bishop on d8, by the way, could even rejoin the action from d6. And I would be worried about black counter-striking with the move f5. The problem ultimately is that white's king is quite a bit weaker than black's. Even though white's pieces may appear to be more active, they're getting pushed off of their dominant squares. So risky continuation, but something Hikaru, I'm sure, is thinking about. a4, f4, knight d5, bishop e3. He's got 4 or 5 candidate moves that he needs to choose between. And he's been taking quite a bit of time in the last couple of moves. Way too early to talk about time pressure, though. He's got well over an hour on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. All these moves that we saw now, like f4 after knight d4 right away, it just shows us that the black is so ready for all the actions in the center and the queen side, king side. So maybe white should not play on that side where black is good, and just to play on the queen side, or first to develop the pieces. We're gonna see his next moves here. Levon shows a good preparation here, or as Vishy Anand would say, a little bit of bluff.
Right. Well, we're a little bit of both. Yeah.
Yes, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. So we do have here. We never know unless he tells by himself at the interview after the game. We have to wait for that a little bit, but what we can see now is that Levon is playing last 3 games with 1 hour and 30 plus minutes on the clock.
And getting Levon, asking him in the interview whether this was perhaps only half the battle, because then you have to believe his response. And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes you could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay. So, you never know exactly which positions appeared on their computer screens and, where they're just sort of making moves quickly to try to convince their opponents that these positions were on their computer screens. And Levon, given the confidence that he's playing with, I really would not rule out the fact that he is that he's out of preparation, but simply deciding to make natural, good-looking moves just because he feels that his position is so solid. There's really no way to go wrong with a move like rook a8, and quite possibly he's right. But if Hikaru plays a4 here, maybe that'll give Levon a little bit of pause.
Right. Let's see. I was thinking maybe this is the moment if he goes a4. When
and he just did. As we speak about it, he goes a4.
We have it.
Trying to make Levon regret moving his rook away from a8. Hikaru says, all right, you're going to abandon the queen side? I'm going to pick up the pieces here. I'm going to open things up, and I'm going to start threatening some stuff of my own. Very good move by Hikaru, going for the principled continuation. And really, I think a4 is the only way to pose any kind of level of practical challenge in front of black.
Yeah, and wow, that's something that makes Levon think. If Levon makes this next move fast and depends,
that would be next level.
He makes, that's really questionable. And we should think through, like, go even deeper. There is really a bluff or a home preparation. Let's wait a little bit of his response here.
Yeah, let's see how the next 2 minutes go. And if he does play quickly, my prediction is if Levon makes a move in the next 2 minutes or so, it's going to be c6. Because if I was playing a bullet game, that's what I would play. right? Because the instinct is to reinforce this pawn and to connect the queen and the bishop in order to take the sting out of the move rook a7. What I mean by that is after c6 takes, rook a7 no longer comes with the threat. It doesn't attack the bishop anymore, which of course is what gives black the tempo to play rook a8. Now, we went over this line already. In the event of c6, Hikaru is not going to go rook a7. He might make a more patient developing move, such as bishop e3 in this position. And I wouldn't rule out the possibility of rook a8. Maybe Levon just says, I didn't want my rook on e8. Let's get back to where it was. But that would basically be admitting the fact that rook a8 was superficial and hasty, which is not something Levon is a big fan of either.
Right, Danny, I see now the move of computer, which suggests b4, and after knight d5, just sacrificing that pawn. Knight takes b4 and f5, and black is ready to open up this diagonal and to play on the king side.
This is looking pretty darn juicy for black. I mean, that bishop opens up, white's piece is a little bit out of commission on the queen side. No, this looks amazing for black. So after bishop d8, my guess is white probably should refrain from taking on b4, but what exactly can he do? Well, the move c3 comes to mind as a way to stop potential knight d4. Of course, not immediately, but after f5. And then takes. f5 is still possible with the move knight c5 as a follow-up instead. Still looks pretty comfortable for black. Ooh, this is a really interesting idea. You go b4, you say, yeah, I'm accepting that my queen side is a little bit more weak now, but I'm banking on this very specific f5 breakthrough to strike where it hurts.
Wow, is there a way, like after before knight d3, bishop d8, white plays knight e3 and stops f5 coming in that way?
Absolutely there is. I think that's maybe even the wisest move for white. Knight back to e3 here. But black can make your move. I mean, you proposed the g6 f5 idea earlier, Ketty, and g6 is a very annoying move to face, especially when you have a knight on e3 that's ultimately trying to make its way to f5. Black goes, no, you're not going anywhere. I'm the one who's going to have fun on the f5 square. And that king placement on h8, Levon is so good at that. He likes to make these long-term moves. King h8, he never has to worry about his king safety basically ever again. I mean, that king is as safe as they come, even if he plays f5.
Yes, king h8 is the move which clearly shows that my next few moves will be something, and then soon you will see the attack on the king side.
I think Levon's going to play b4. This is right up his alley. And Ketty, he's been making decisions like these all throughout the tournament. I just remember that g5 move against Vincent Keimer. He's shown that not only is he not afraid to sacrifice, but he's not afraid to do it in style and often with a crazy amount of verve and pizzazz. I mean, that move g5 against Keimer sacrificed the pawn with check. And, I can name 3 or 4 other instances where he's gone for those kinds of continuations.
Yeah, g5 was what a move. That game was incredible. Levon Aronian and Vincent Keimer with the other side, with Vincent with white pieces. If
both
you guys missed, both games, yeah. If you guys missed that game, and if you have not time to check it, we actually created a rapid recap of that game. So visit chess.com YouTube channel and take a look at the rapid recaps of the Grand Prix and other tournaments too. It's really nice thing and worth it. You just spend like 10 minutes and you learn a lot from that videos.
You absolutely will. That's what they're there for. And I never thought I'd say this in today's commentary, but Levon is actually thinking, believe it or not, he is thinking in a classical game in the finals of the FIDE Grand Prix. He's taking 5 minutes
Daniel, he's thinking of devil thing, like before and then f4. This is so tricky. That's why he's taking some time, but it's a sacrifice of a pawn.
Before, because your instincts say that this is a bad move, right? It's never easy to force the knight where it wants to go anyway. Just psychologically, it's not an easy move to play, especially because there's a fork and bishop takes d5. I mean, giving up such a juicy bishop is ultimately unthinkable. And also, this just gives up a pawn. I mean, white can just take on b4. So that's not an option. If Levon plays b4, that means essentially that he is ready to sacrifice a pawn. There's no alternative. If he's not ready to sacrifice a pawn, then we're going to see c6. I think we're going to see one of these moves, and I'd assign a greater likelihood, given Levon's form this tournament, to the move b4.
Right. Let's say he's taken already 6 minutes from the moment Hikaru played a4. Yeah, that's we're not that sure that he's in his book. Maybe he was a bit bluffing. Sometimes, like, you know that if your opponent continues this way, what's your plan? And maybe Levon's plan is to play king h8 and then push f5 whenever he has a moment, and he was playing really fast.
Oh, and guess what he's played, Kenny? b4, there it is. And it didn't even take him that long. It didn't even take him that long. And by the way, this will sound strange, but I wouldn't automatically play knight d5. If I'm Hikaru, I would put a decent amount of thought into the move knight e2. Now, black can still play bishop d8 here. That's absolutely possible. And perhaps the knight sitting on g3 would be the best placement. Now, why do I say that? What is the difference between the knight on e3 and the knight on g3? Well, there's one important difference. That is that the bishop now has access to the h6 square, which is at least some way of exploiting the weaknesses on black's king side. But still, black has the immediate f5 in this position. And once again, the train leaves the station on the king side after takes. If you take on f5, then the simple rook g8 basically wins the game, because rook takes g2 is going to be devastating once the queen moves. So maybe this is also not a way to solve white's problems. I like black's position here. I like what Levon is doing.
Yeah, I also like it. Now looking at this difference, what's between knight being on e3, just blocking the bishop, and knight on g3, I'm starting to think that Hikaru will take here some time, and he will not go for knight e5, and he will not get into that position where Aronian can sacrifice a pawn for such a piece activity, but instead he will go this knight e2, knight g3 slow moves. Yeah,
but once I discovered that g6 f5 idea, now I'm also skeptical of that as well. But the fact that Hikaru is thinking clearly evinces the fact that he is aware of the problem, right? Otherwise, he would have gone knight d5 immediately. So he is definitely looking at this position and saying, well, am I really going to get away with knight takes b4? You know, especially a position which is right up Levon's alley. I mean, 2 pawns down, you know, in a massive initiative against white's king. Not exactly Hikaru's definition of what he wanted out of a Roy Lopez with the white pieces.
Yeah, that's right. How about Daniel of this idea, knight e2, and if black wants to push f5, he has to move bishop from f6, and the moment he leaves, then to push to f4. I'm still stubborn with that idea.
You like this idea, this f4? And no, I understand why, because you're beating black to the punch, right? And after ef4, knight a4, you're putting a pretty significant amount of pressure on this knight. Yeah,
and I stopped g6 f5. It's so not the idea here. If white allows that g6 f5, then it will be a really strong kingside attack.
Yeah, the attack becomes really overwhelming very, very fast. And here you play e takes f5 and everything checks out. Knight takes f4, simply bishop takes f4, connecting the rooks just in time. Black is the one who's going to get hunted ultimately if he goes for this line. So in response to f4, black could switch from tactical play to positional play and go back to f6, essentially saying, I am going to try to exploit all of these dark squares that you have weakened by playing f4, particularly perhaps getting the bishop onto d4. So that would be one approach the black could take. This also makes it harder for white to develop his dark squared bishop, because the pawn on b2 is now being x-rayed by black's bishop. So a possible continuation, Hikaru continues to contemplate this important moment. Where should he go with his knight?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question of white. The most like knight a4 to hit the b4 actually makes no sense. At least black can go bishop d8, and the knight on a2 is even bad looking.
Yeah, that just limits your options.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, and other than that, you can also also play a5 there, just not to even sacrifice a pawn, and then to play next move bishop d8 calm. Just one move delay.
That's like, you know, your burger comes with two sides, and you just don't choose any sides. I mean, if you're gonna, you know, knight d5, knight e2 accomplish the same exact thing, but at least knight d5 gives you the option of dropping the knight back to e3. And it forces black's hand. It essentially forces bishop d8, because knight takes f6, of course, is a very serious threat in this position.
Right. Okay, that's the moment of FIDE to make a decision, knight d5 or knight e2. Those two moves looks really nice. The difference knight d5 and knight e2, if white plans to push f5, is huge, because Daniel, you showed the lines after knight d5, c6 will be with a threat, and white's knight has not a good square to go. Knight e2 looks more safe.
He plays knight e2. And he plays knight e2. You were right. Yeah, he refrains from knight d5, which is totally understandable. And if I'm Levon, I'm considering going bishop d8 within a minute here, just following through on his main idea.
Right. Daniel, what about g6 to keep this bishop on g7 and then to push f5?
Absolutely to be considered. I mean, I think Hikaru would probably respond with bishop h6. And you could just play bishop g7 here. I mean, you don't really mind, if you're Aronian, the trade of dark squared bishops. It's not like it. I mean, f5 is still very much a possibility here. After knight g3, you could just move the king back to h8. Obviously, the immediate f5 just runs into knight takes f5 check, which is the pin. But you're not in a hurry. Your position's very solid in h8. The bishop that you want to keep is the light squared bishop. That is the bishop that you need once f5 is played and the long diagonal opens up. Dark squared bishop is pretty much disposable. So yes, in short, g6 definitely a viable candidate move here.
Yeah, that's the moment when Levon probably choosing to trade this dark squared bishop or to keep it on the board and to play bishop d8. Because in that lines, this bishop is not passive or a bad bishop, as we have seen some of the lines where this bishop can come after c6, bishop b6, and activate to that diagonal, or just wait a little bit. This bishop is not bad at all.
Right, and I think you bring up a very good point, Ketty, which is that a lot of people evaluate bishops the same way they evaluate knights. If the bishop is not exactly in the center and quote unquote controlling a lot of squares, then they think the bishop is bad. But remember that as a long range piece, the bishop can go from quote unquote really passive to ridiculously active in one move. And I just want to give an example of that. So let me just engineer this. Let's say black plays f5. You look at this bishop on d8 and you see that that's a crappy bishop. It's not doing anything. Well, the moment it swings to h4, the landscape changes completely. And now it's the most active piece on the board. It is the piece responsible for the attack on f2. So it's very important not to look at a bishop in categorical terms and to realize that bishops are incredibly good at maneuvering themselves onto better squares.
Right. Yeah, and if the bishops are not blocked by its own pawns, that the bishop can see the lights of a day. So it takes sometimes some moves to improve the position of one piece, but it's not necessarily means that it's a bad piece of the position. Right. Is there any other alternatives here that black can? How about to go to the end game, Daniel, and play knight c5 to trade the queens?
Absolutely. So now we have identified so far g6 in order to prepare f5, bishop d8. That's another way to prepare f5. And now, Ketty, you're proposing knight c5. So who benefits in the event of an endgame? Well, my inclination is to say white, because any idea connected with f5 with the queens off the board, of course, is not as dangerous, because white's king is inherently going to be safer. The other thing, Ketty, that worries me in an endgame is that the weaknesses on black's king side are going to be accentuated, particularly the b4 pawn, especially if white plays this move a5, which slices off this pawn from the possibility of black going a5. And if black goes c5, well, then look at these light squares. I mean, these light squares are now a pretty significant weakness. And white has this idea of ultimately getting the knight to d5. So I think that it's actually quite crucial for black to keep the queens on the board. at least for the time being.
And the last question about this whole concept of to cover all these aspects, because I don't think like everybody understands, as there are some questions in our chat, what happens like after f5, white is so strong. And for instance, what happens if white ignores that f5, not capturing that f5, and just maintains the strong center and withdraws queen somewhere on g3 or something.
And by the way, another move that we didn't consider has just been played, queen back to d8. So Levon unpinning the knight, and I think he is enticed by the possibility of putting the knight on c5. But Ketty, to answer your question, the problem is that the move f5 itself comes with tempo. So it attacks white's queen, and it's really hard to ignore that move. If white's queen drops back, then the e4 pawn might end up falling due to this bishop on b7, which is staring at it. So queen d8, what is the idea of this move? Well, there's a couple. First of all, potential of putting the knight on c5. And perhaps Levon is even aiming for bishop c8, x-raying white's queen, and ultimately making the f5 pawn break even less risky for black, because that will no longer entail a pawn sacrifice. Interesting move. I like it. I think that's a very creative decision. And white is worse. White is slightly worse here for sure. If I'm Hikaru, I'm thinking about offering a draw. Something has just not gone great here in the opening.
Yeah, the queen d8 is such a sneaky move. You just pass a move, but the knight is out of the pin. So all these lines that we were considering for white can be reviewed because the knight can now jump over. I love the idea to get this bishop on c8 and create some discovery threats. I don't think he played this because of bishop g5 threat, because black's pieces are so active. I don't think he's going to change any of his pieces now. And yeah, he's just waiting for white also to make his next moves.
And you know what's another issue is that if you go knight g3, you run into knight d4. And that's yet another purpose of queen d8. Yes, it unpins the knight, but that doesn't mean the knight is only going to c5. Queen d8 also doubles as a prophylactic move, meaning that it discourages white's main idea, which is to get the knight around to g3. And I think, Ketty, it also discourages f4. It does both at the same time. Why does it discourage f4, you might ask? Well, after e takes f4, knight f4, there's knight takes f4, and there's also, again, the move knight d4, which now is even stronger. So anything that involves moving this knight away from e2 is essentially a bad idea for white, which leads me to think maybe Hikaru will go bishop b3 in order to take the burden off of the knight, so that now he can move his knight around and knight d4 can be met with bishop takes d4. The problem is that this move is a little bit slow. After bishop c8, I feel like black beats white to the punch. Now the queen has to move back. If you move to g3, you run into bishop h4, and then f5 is coming. So I think Hikaru, he needs to make a very precise 3 to 4 moves. If he wants to keep this stable and keep this balanced, he needs to be ruthlessly accurate in the next couple of moves, not allow Levon to play f5 easily, and not allow Levon's pieces to activate themselves out of control.
Right. Yeah, if I were white, I would already think like, why allowed black to give me so many threats at that point when we have played only 17 moves? I'm with white colors. I have to create some of the danger for black in the opening. And I would already start to question my choice of the opening, to be honest.
Yeah, Hikaru's like, this was supposed to be my job. You're stealing my thunder. I'm supposed to be the one putting pressure on you in this game. And of course, Hikaru has demonstrated a tremendous ability to wheel his way out of high pressure situations. But this is starting to get a tiny bit considering 17 moves in. Hikaru dropping now below an hour on the clock with Levon, preserving an hour and 20 minutes. He's only spent 10 minutes of thinking time. Now, if that doesn't demonstrate supreme confidence, then I don't know what does.
Yes, that's right. Oh, what a nice game here we have. You might think it's only one game, it can be boring, some theoretical line, but no, they don't give us this suffering moments here, and they're playing very interesting chess. Daniel, what do you think if white pushes here c3 and avoids knight coming on d4, and allows knight c5 coming with a stronger threat, as bishop now is not guarded, but this bishop can go on c4, on c2, and white can also try to push the pawns in the center.
Yeah, although here I think specifically black can try to push d5 and really exploit the weakness of the d3 pawn. So yeah, the move c3 is a classic case of, it has a clear strength and a clear drawback. Yeah, it covers d4, that's a big deal, but it creates a major weakness on d3. And yeah, that is why I was trying to make d5 work, so that the queen can join in the pressure against that pawn. Well, e takes d5, the engine's indicating some sort of e4 move. Ooh, that's interesting. The point is that takes forks the bishop and the queen. And if d4, black's knight leaps into d3. So lots of tactical, black's pieces are so active that it's really not a surprise that there are all these tactical possibilities really out of the blue. So Ketty, c3, another totally feasible candidate move. But what disturbs me about white's position is that all of these moves contain very clear drawbacks and allow highly unpleasant responses. So can Hikaru find something where his position is just a little bit more practically appealing than in these continuations? I don't know, but he's certainly taking a while here.
Yes, it might take a while. He's down already to 57 minutes according to the clock. Clearly, he's the one who's spending most of the time, as Levon has switched from his previous opening, which they have played before, and he decided to, instead of bishop being on g4 in that diagonal, he pushed the bishop on b7. And with a serious threats, like after bishop b7, he's now with this piece configuration, shows that he wants to push f5, a very strong kingside attack.
Yeah, this is an underrated way to develop the bishop in the Ruy Lopez, because normally, well, it actually depends on the line. If white doesn't play h3, the bishop can come out to g4. In some lines, the bishop comes out to e6. But I've always been very partial to fianchettoing the bishop, partially because of the f5 idea now being so strong. But, this plan of going f7, f5 for black is not the most common in the Ruy Lopez. You don't even see black going king h8 all that often, but this is what's so exciting to be alive these days in the chess world, is you just see this litany of super exciting new ideas. And it's not just old wine in new bottles, it's really new ideas in positions where for many years, for decades, people would play them the same way. But now with the advent of new computers and players who have a completely different outlook on the game, you just have a new treatment of these types of positions.
Yes, and then it's so funny for me, because at the beginning when white played a3, I thought that he's keeping this bishop on this diagonal to use at some point some advantage here, and it's the black who is pressing f5 and using that that advantage of the pawn coming forward. So interesting game, so much to come here, and it feels that the fire is just getting and growing right now. But Dania, we have to take our break right now, get the energy for the next few moves, and we'll be back in a few minutes, and probably we're going to have white's next move by that. So please don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, at the finals of FIDE Grand Prix Leg 1. I'm Katie, this is Tanya, and we do have the amazing game. You can't ask for more action for the last game. We do have with white pieces Hikaru, Nakamura, and with black pieces Levon, Aronian, and we do have move C3, which we were referring here for white. So here we have it.
And you called it. You proposed this move, and Hikaru, judging that the weakness of the d4 square is just too annoying. It's it has to be fixed at all costs, and this move comes at a very specific cost, which is that it weakens the d3 pawn. That's really the only drawback of the move c3. Otherwise, I think you would be making this move without any hesitation. Now, we briefly discussed the possibility of knight c5, which is the most straightforward way of trying to exploit the weakness of d3. And this gives white a choice between bishop c2 and the slightly more active bishop c4. But the downside of bishop c4 is that, of course, it runs into d5, which now comes with tempo. Very complex position. I like the decision to play c3. I think it forces black to kind of switch gears really quickly. And Levon might also be tempted by the move bishop c8. But if you're thinking about attacking the d3 pawn, Ketty, bishop c8, as tempting as it looks, might actually be counterproductive. Why? Because once the queen moves back to f3, the queen is actually guarding the d3 pawn. So knight c5 is no longer all that dangerous due to bishop c4. And on top of that, black's bishop not being on b7 is making it harder to go d5 in one of these positions. So bishop c8 should not be played in a hasty manner here by black.
Right, yeah, that's not what actually black wants to allow white to get out of this little threats that black is now hitting. And what I can see is that white is not developed yet. The bishop is not out, the rook is there. Maybe white is never planning to get this rook out of a file. Maybe he has other ideas to push a5, rook a4. But anyway, it's a good option to have bishop out on e3, and then you can decide to bring this rook on d1 or to push a5 and rook a4. But what we clearly see is that because all these little threats there, knight d4, knight c5, white has to push the pawns rather to develop his last pieces on the board. And Dania, I have a question now after knight c5 and if bishop comes on c2, is there a move like b3 that black can consider?
Well, absolutely. And that's actually the reason I don't like bishop d2. I mean, if you have to bury your own bishop like this on b1, man, I mean, and the pawn on b3 isn't even that easy to win. It's defended by the knight. I mean, d5 here looks pretty, and I guess I could play bishop b3 and try to hit the knight once black plays d5. But okay, the engine indicating bishop c8, queen f3, and now bishop h4 to prepare our old friend f5. By the way, let's not forget, f5 is still very much an active idea. Nothing happened to it, so white can't fall asleep on that idea either. No, I think after knight c5, Hikaru is not one to go for such positions. I think he's going to go bishop c4.
Bishop c4, and after d5, is there a move like bishop e3 to counter attack on knight on c5?
In fact, it's the only move apparently. Bishop e3 is the only move to avoid slipping into a really bad position. And it's a brilliant counterstrike because it counterattacks the knight on c5. Neither of those arrows was accurate. There we go. And after dc4, bishop c5, the position really complicates. I mean, c takes d3, bishop takes f8, black could sacrifice an exchange, and black could say, well, I'm banking on my pawn on d3. But I'm a little bit skeptical of these types of ideas. I don't think Levon is going to go for something this risky. And so given how strong bishop e3 is, I think it's also possible for black to delay the move d5 and perhaps take on c3 first. And, you know, perhaps play bishop c8 followed by bishop e6, which is a slightly different way of putting pressure on the pawn. There's, you know, direct pressure, which is just adding attackers, but you could also remove your opponent's defenders. And that's what this move seeks to achieve. If white trades, then after f takes c6, the f file opens, and black, of course, is now threatening a devastating discovery with bishop h4. I think if Levon handles this correctly, he can keep an advantage. But from a practical perspective, I definitely think that c3 is perhaps the best move Hikaru had in this position.
Right. Danny, earlier we had a question in the chat before white played c3, because we were telling all these stories how the knight can jump over and make so much strides and the problems for white. And the question was, why not to take this knight? Bishop takes c6, which obviously will be met by f takes c6 to open up the f file and black to have this target on f2, right?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, if you think about it, this is kind of like black playing f5, but white does his bidding for him. The point of f5 is to open the f file. Here, the f file opens automatically. And, you know, I actually wouldn't necessarily rule out rook takes c6 with the idea of lifting the rook to g6, and then f5 becomes even stronger. But I agree, even after the simple f takes c6, black has all of the trump cards he would want in this position. He's got two bishops, he's got the f file. You know, he still has the possibility of pushing d5 in some positions. So white is not much worse than white. White is okay here, but, you know, he's not having a lot of fun.
Right, and that's the last thing you want to be when you're with whites, to be okay in the position at the opening.
And okay, so Levon is thinking after c3. He's down to an hour and 10 minutes, finally taking a little bit longer here on each move.
Yeah, that's the moment when Aronian also takes some time. Last few moves. He played queen d8 really fast, but now he's taking his time, and also the other move, he took some of his time. So he's not really blitzing here, and he's balancing his time really well.
Yeah, and I mean, the other decision he has to make is whether or not to take on c3, which is, by the way, not a decision that is accompanied with some consequences. Because if you do take, the downside of this is that you have opened the b file, and potentially white could put a rook on b1. Doesn't sound important, but it is important because the bishop on b7 is undefended, right? And I just have to emphasize that at this level, all of these micro decisions, oh, do I take the pawn first or do I go knight c5, move orders, all of this stuff is incredibly important. Both players know that. And, you know, if you think about what defines 2700 chess, well, This is what defines 2700 chess: attention to detail, small decisions that taken together are actually very, very important and worthy of a time investment.
Right. Danny, I was just thinking all this way, how does both players go in here? And earlier we started to talk that it was a bit easier for Aronian to get from the stage when there was a knockout from the groups, while Hikaru had to play playoffs. And then also last 2 games in the semifinals, obviously we saw Aronian being at his home preparation. He won the games rather easier than Hikaru, where he had to show his skills in the end game. Do you think this also affected them, and maybe Hikaru feels a little bit tired at this point, as he has to play all these games?
He's tired, but yesterday's rest day is huge. I mean, a rest day before the finals just gives the players a chance to calm down, take the proverbial deep breath, really delve deep into preparation. Right now, it does seem like Levon is playing in a fresher way. It seems like he's got more energy just in his play, but it's way too early to judge. And I think, Hikaru is experienced enough to properly apportion his energy and give it his all at this stage in the tournament. But yeah, it's interesting how divergent the paths that the players took to this point was, as Levon, by the way, has decided to capture on c3. And another big decision now: will he play knight c5? Will he make a move like g6? Or will he resort to bishop c8?
Right. Yeah, now it seems so this pawn structure has been changed. White has more pressure to breathe on G6. The queen side. G6 is on the board. So we suggested earlier bishop h6 move when b pawns were still on the board. Is it still strong?
I still think we might see bishop h6, bishop g7, and then in the event of a trade, actually Black will probably take on g7 with the knight in order to facilitate the move f5. Now Black has 1, 2, 3 attackers, or I should say defenders on the f5 square, and there's nothing White can do about it. I mean, there's basically going to be pre-move. Black is going to do f5 regardless of what White plays. So in a certain sense, then bishop h6 actually makes f5 easier to achieve. And so I think for Hikaru, he should probably instead take this opportunity to complete his development with bishop e3 or get his knight to g3. So I think we're going to see one of those moves. But we'll see.
Right. What about the end game, for instance, after bishop h6, bishop g7, if White decides to trade everything starting from bishop e6?
Well, I think if White's doing that, he should play bishop takes e6 first, because if you do it here, Black will not take back on e6. I will take on h6, and now your bishop is still hanging, and if you move the bishop back, in comes f5, and look at these 2 bishops. They're just slicing through the position. This looks great for Black, but White could take on e6 here, and the engine actually prefers this move. And now the engine likes bishop h6. So your idea, I think, is totally valid. And in the event of bishop g7, well, it's become a lot harder to play f5. And now the move f4, with only 1 pair of minors remaining on the board, is totally feasible, and I think looks a lot better than it used to be. Also because Black no longer has the dark squared bishop, and the downside of f4 is that it weakens dark squares. So
yeah, I have to admit that I love how you are making my suggestions valid.
No, f4 has always been a good idea. It's just that you gotta wait for the right moment for it, I think. So I see
on the board. Yeah.
Just real fast, I see a question in the chat about like, can you predict the result already? It's way too early to talk about a result. It's still a complicated middle game. The evaluation, let me be very clear on this, is still closer to dynamic equality than it is to an advantage for either side. But what I'm talking about here is practical, like the practical aspect of the position. What I mean by that is there's the computer evaluation, and then there's the sort of question of, okay, who is having more fun here? Who has the easier time playing this position? And the reason I've been consistently saying that it's Levon, it mostly boils down to the fact that Black has a pretty clear plan of preparing f5 and now also attacking the d3 pawn, whereas white has to kind of patch together relatively more random series of moves, and white has no targets to attack. He just has to kind of make prophylactic moves. He's sort of playing from his back foot here, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Danny, after g6, can white here make a move like bishop d5?
Yeah.
And very quickly here, like if black pushes c6 to play rook b1 and start to play some sort of queen side moves.
Yeah, just start counterattacking the bishop. I think that's totally possible. Even if you just move the bishop back, you've already achieved quite a bit by blocking in this bishop, as we've discussed. Now, I think it's likelier that black might go bishop c8, just kind of leave this bishop in the dust and go right back to preparing f5. You know, the queen moves, and we know the drill already, bishop g7, and now f5 is coming. This bishop on d5 is certainly a good piece, but in and of operating alone, it's not going to create too many difficulties for black. I mean, it's sort of staring into nothingness along this diagonal.
Yeah, and maybe this question here is valid. For instance, after, like, let's say bishop c6 here and rook e7, just to have more space advantage there. Rook e7, and now white queen e3. The idea is that if you push f5, I will play f3, or maybe not f3. I'll just play queen a7 and just start the queen side actions with rook b1, rook b8,
right.
Bishop b7.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. This is almost reminiscent of a King's Indian structure. You know, those who play the King's Indian, you have a fianchetted bishop and you have these pawns on f4 and f3. And in the King's Indian structures, the way that black generally attacks here is g5, h5, and g4, just trying to crash through as quickly as possible on the king side. And this, I think, is what I'll do here, Ketty. I think I will go g5 and essentially close my eyes to whatever you're doing on the queen side, which of course is a very risky strategy. My rook's coming to b8, and it's a battle of the two flanks. I mean, it is a classic queen side versus king side attack. But the reason a lot of people like the King's Indian is because they argue, well, I can lose all of my pieces on the queen side, and you can lose only one piece on the king side. But if that piece happens to be the king, then you still lose the game. So
Yes.
yeah, I think this is fun for black.
Yes, also Aronian is quite familiar for all these attacks on the king side, as one of his main lines are in King's Indian, and they have played a lot of games in King's Indian. When Hikaru goes d4, Aronian's main choice of the opening is King's Indian. Right.
And it's, you know, these positions are very familiar for Aronian, as you're saying, you know, both from the Rai Lopez and from various d4 openings. So he's in his alley. He's, you know, this is right up his alley. He's in his element, in his alley. I confused two different expressions. Up his alley and in his element, but he's both. Aronian needs to be very, very careful here. Down to 41 minutes, and he has yet to make his 20th move here.
Yes, he's spending a lot of time. That clearly shows that he's not very comfortable in the opening and in the position also. And he's trying to get way out from it. And it's okay at this point to take some time, right? Rather than to play fast and get
you have to
bad position.
At this point, you would rather accept time pressure and a reasonable position, because it's dangerous. White is in serious danger here of falling into an incredibly precarious situation. And Hikaru has always been so good at detecting these moments. He knows when things are on the verge of taking a turn for the worse. And he has displayed time and time again an ability to detect those moments and to respond in very precise fashion. Now, Ketty, I have a proposal. You know, probably Hikaru's going to take another couple of minutes at least. And, you know, the game has entered a slower stage where both players realize how critical these next few moves are. Shall we have a quick refresher as to how the players reached this point? Because both Levon and Hikaru won very impressive games in their semifinal matches against Dominguez and Report, respectively. So maybe we can very quickly run through those games just to remind everybody how impressive Levon and Hikaru have been.
That's a fantastic idea. Let's get to our semifinals games and check it out how these two players got in here and how well they played actually.
And Keddy, I'll let you take the lead on the Aronian Dominguez game. Of course, I'm aware of these games. I looked them over afterward, but since I was doing RCC, I perhaps didn't look at this one in particular as carefully. I know you and Vishy did some top-rate analysis here.
Yeah. Here, Vish's commentaries were incredible. Let's move a little bit faster at this stage. Black here captured c4 pawn, allowed white to have very strong center. Then we had a4, c6, this moves, and at some point white started to move the queen in the center really fast. Queen b6, that allowed Aronian to play knight d5 with their attack. Queen b7, bishop f4, knight c7 is a threat. There's no knight
crazy,
a6.
Doesn't it? e5.
e5. Like, what the hell is going on in here? Bishop takes, knight e7, bishop f4, and it's funny for me as a commentator. I wish it was so calm and chill at this point. And if I was flying, white was capturing, that bishop was coming back. Knight c7 is threat there, and the wish was like, this is all fine. Yeah.
Dominguez is saying, I don't care. Levon saying, you don't care? I'm going to make you care. I'm taking that rook. Thank you very much. Now he takes on e4, takes on a8. I mean, black has very obvious compensation, Keddy, but the way Levon handled the stage of the game is so impressive.
Was really impressive here at this point. Engines were saying that black is totally fine. Black is very good position. We had knight d5 here. Knight attacks the bishop, bishop g5, f6, then bishop withdraws back on d2. There are some little details that all this maneuvering was happening for white. So now we had bishop d6 move, as I remember. And after knight g3, all the things go back wrong for black here. Queen b8 was not the most accurate move. It was a good move, but after king f2, which was the first line for white, black was getting worse and worse. And we understood at this point when Aronian had 1 hour and 36 minutes and he played king f2 without thinking that he was ridiculous. In his books. There was a funny line here, Dania. We can once again show that instead of queen b8, we were referring to play rook e8 check, which is so natural move. And now king f2 is not a move, as it allows black to play knight c5, a nasty move here. And if you take that knight, bishop c5, and there's a checkmate in few moves.
Dirty. Otherwise, you get the knight to b3, and that's a nasty square as well.
Absolutely, it's so bad. If you control over e3 square, it's gonna get worse. So that's a small details that here Dominguez took his time, and probably he did not found this. I don't know what happened, to be honest, but he allowed king to come on f2. And here the key is that Aronian played bishop c7. Dominguez played bishop c7, which is so natural move. He also played bishop b6 and captured d4 central pawn with a check. Aronian says, I'm fine because I know what's happening here. He sacrificed d4 pawn after
take
bishop.
My pawn. Yeah. Take both of these pawns if you want. I'm consolidating.
Yes. And you know, after taking on d4, king goes on h1, and white has huge advantage here. As the file is open, there are 3 pieces on this file, and black king is also on d8. It's just very bad.
I mean, black's position just crumbles here. I think it seems just like Dominguez just let Aronian get his king to safety. I mean, that seems to be the big turning point. He tries knight e5, kind of a creative move, but skimming this game, Keddy, it just seemed like, and I know that Aronian was almost winning at this point, and then he squandered it. But with the king being as safe as it is, the extra exchange essentially should decide the game here, even with black's. Even though black has a couple of pawns and very well placed pieces.
Yes, Dominguez played really nice. Even after this, he find all these moves, c3, and get himself into the position. That's the best way to play. But he spent so much time, and he put so much energy into this game. After the end of the match, he said that he was feeling really tired, and he was maybe not physically prepared for this much of strong event and this much of tense event.
Yeah, and I mean, this game can be studied, Keddy. I'm sure you'll second me on this for hours. I mean, I'm sure that there will be videos made about it, because even in this stage, of course, white is still up in exchange, but now Lenyer has established this monster pawn on c2. although it's only defended by this very flimsy knight in the center. And, I'm going to go quickly through this game, through the end of this game, because Levon, he finds this way, he plays f4. I was particularly impressed with this move. The point is that you cannot take on f4 to do queen e8 check, and you win the knight on e3. So Lenier has to essentially go for the queen trade. Once the queens are traded, that's basically it. I mean, this knight on e3 can be captured at any moment. And pawn on c2 is going to be lost. And, knight g4, one more threat, threatening knight f2, Levon creating more luft for his king. And ultimately, after he takes c2, the game is over. Lenier still has active pieces, but he's down a full exchange now. There's more exchange, more trades on the way. And he resigned in this position where, honestly, has very, very little hope. At this
Daniel,
point,
look at the time on the clock. There was the end of the game. Lenier played on his seconds this very difficult position, and Levon was just having a chilling with 1 hour on the clock.
Simply unbelievable, and not a game without mistakes. I mean, how could such a position between two humans not feature mistakes? And I'm sure we will see 45-minute, hour-long analyses coming out on YouTube. So stay tuned for that. But what a fascinating game we were treated to over the weekend. In the meantime, before we switch to the other game, note Hikaru, I think Hikaru is still thinking, down to 33 minutes now. This is getting more concerning with each passing minute, but it gives us an opportunity, Ketty, to take a look at the other game, Hikaru's victory over Richard Rapport in their first match game.
Right, this was also a beautiful game played by Hikaru. I had a feeling he totally outplayed here. Very strong opponent, Richard Rapport.
Yep. This was a very impressive game. It was a Carlsbad structure. So dragging Rapport into a structure which maybe, he's not too comfortable with. Knight h5, very typical move. One of the main lines, forcing the trade of dark squared bishops. Hikaru making no bones about his intentions in this game. He says, I am out for blood, castling queenside. And I was impressed with a couple of moments in this game. Let me fast forward to the first moment. Again, we're going very fast here just because we do have a game to follow. So we just want to give everybody the bird's eye view, the sort of general image of how this game was. E4, just pushing a pawn on the same side where you're castled, that takes a lot of guts, especially a move like a4, which creates a very tangible weakness. But the pawn is heading toward a5. Knight dc4 seems forced, and Hikaru still goes a5. I mean, what a move.
That's a pawn sacrifice, and at this point, we were talking like how white will continue to play before a4. Is there knight moving around? We had this some of the ideas which he was suggesting, a lot of brilliant ideas, but then we saw a4 and it's like, what? White is the one who's starting the attack on the sides. And then after a5 here, black did not capture this because queen c5 is a move that white can play, and several more moves are pretty straightforward. Like now knight is hanging on a5, queen has to take on c5, and after that pawn takes c5, attacking the knight on b6, knight goes back on d7, and knight comes on d4, and not only attacking e6 bishop, but also traps the knight on a5, and black has really difficult position here. So instead of this here, Richard found a brilliant move, queen b4, which on the other hand was threatening knight a3. So
that is a nice move. That is a very nice move. You can't take because of the fork. But Hikaru very calmly saying, queen c3, I'm fine with a queen trade. And just deep thinking by Hikaru, he realizes that the knights are kind of temporarily out of the game. And white uses this opportunity to pounce. Knight g5, and now bishop takes g6. What a move. Amazing. H takes g6. There's going to be knight takes, and look at how many pawns white has on the king side. These pawns are essentially going to decide the game. So Rapport can't touch that. And after knight b3, there's a lot of tactics, takes h7, but ultimately the smoke clears. Hikaru sacks an exchange and banks on these two monster passers to decide the game, and decide the game they do. Literally g5. Rapport tries to sack the exchange back for one of these pawns, but not the other one, and there it comes. And this is already a very, very difficult endgame for black with this far advanced passer saddling the rook. And Hikaru, as per usual, excellent endgame conversion, sticking the bishop on g6. And at this point, it's clear in which direction the game is going. There's a trade. Hikaru wins another pawn, gets it into a rook endgame. And ultimately, his overabundance of passed pawns, although it wasn't without some adventures, but his pawns were faster, they were better, and ultimately they decided the game. As Hikaru, his rook stops black's pawns. Black's rook is unable to stop white's pawns. He takes one of them and then takes the other.
Sorry to interrupt you, but there is a very important point here that both players played the first engine lines in this end game where anything can happen. You can make 1,000 mistakes from both sides. They played the only moves to keep the tension and to improve the position and the winning eventually. Like if white did not go on these moves, it could end in a draw, but they came up on the board. So just imagine how much energy they put in this game to play. Unimaginable
amounts of energy. And, now you begin to understand why Hikaru was tired. I mean, this was a monumental effort. And then following it up in game 2 with a very solid draw with the black pieces, he really didn't give Richard any chances. And he was better in the final position, drawing from a position of strength. But speaking of positions of strength, as we're speaking, we spent another 5 minutes recapping that game. Okay, deserves a 45-minute recap, but we did what we could. In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking. He's still thinking. He's now below 30 minutes if the time stamps are correct here.
Yes, he's getting in really dangerous zone.
And bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
I think you proposed that, Katie. Very nice.
Oh, that's really dangerous thing. Am I playing like Hikaru or he's playing like Katie?
I think he's playing like Katie. I don't think there's even any doubt. There's no doubt. Come on, he's playing like you.
Bishop d5. That's now what Black doesn't want to trade the bishops, right? He wants to keep the bishop on the board.
A case could be made for taking and then going knight c5 with the potential of pushing that e-pawn forward. I mean, I think everybody can see how dangerous that could be. So this is Black is not worse here. Let me put it that way. That's for sure. But white can swing the queen around to c4 and sort of target the a6 pawn. I think that white is also not in any mortal danger here. So a Aronian type of move, I think, would be bishop c8. I think this is the way Aronian has played so far this tournament. He has managed to keep the tension at every opportunity. And I think he might do that again here. Bishop c8, bishop g7, and f5, which is the idea we have continuously referred to throughout.
Well, that's really interesting, Dania. Maybe he wanted Hikaru to play d4 so he could go to King's Indian position where so complications and so many crazy lines. You know it best, as you really like to play King's Indian, right? So Hikaru goes c4. He says like, I'm going like, careful things. I'm going a bit slow there. And Aronian says like, I will get you in King's Indian, but you will understand that a bit later. So this is the move, which is so tricky. Bishop c8, and after f5, f4, we really might have a King's Indian position. Like,
absolutely,
it's so King's Indian.
Absolutely. And a big decision here now for Levon. I'm curious how much time he's going to spend. Every time I think he's going to go into a deep think, he spends something on the order of 3 minutes. He's now up 30 minutes on the clock, although Hikaru now seems he's got 47 minutes. That's a pretty significant difference from 27 minutes. So we will try to check in on those timestamps, but a lot changes between 25 minutes and 47 minutes.
There's not too much of the choices here for Aronian either, right? You don't really want to play c6 here. That looks you are just following White's path, and that's what White actually wants.
Yeah, and I mean, even here, bishop e6, and I think we discussed this line. Now bishop h6 looks pretty darn decent for White. Now I think that we are going to see either bishop c8 or bishop takes d5, but the engine also likes h5 here, intermezzo. What is the point of the move? Well, the point of the move is actually very interesting. You're inducing queen f3, right? Because queen g3 walks into bishop h4. We've already discussed that. And now Black takes and goes knight c5. Now you might look at this and say, wait a second, that's actually counterproductive, right? Because the queen on f3 already defends d3. But if you think of it differently, in that other line without h5, the queen would have been parked on c4 here, which is just a much better square than f3. On f3, it's literally doing nothing except staring at this d3 pawn. It's also subject to the move e4, and nobody canceled the idea of pushing the f pawn. Black could still go bishop g7 and f5. So this is another very high level continuation that Aronian could choose to solidify a pretty clear edge.
Oh yeah, h5, it's really a deep move. But you know why I also like this move h5? Because in this line where black takes the bishop right away on d5, it takes d5, knight c5, and queen comes on c4. White's idea is sometimes to push d4 and to get rid of this knight. It's so annoying knight there. But after h5, queen f3, and all these lines, which looks very similar, but there is a small difference here. After d4, black can play e4, attack the queen, and knight has a very good square on d3.
Yeah, or alternatively, in this specific position, black could take twice, since the rook on e1 is undefended. But yeah, you're right. If the bishop were to develop itself from c1, then the c4 idea is extremely strong. Maybe even stronger than taking twice on d4. This knight is such a monster. And, you know, once the f-pawn starts marching forward, then there's really going to be hell to pay for white. So, yeah, this is a tough position for Hikaru, but a very important decision to be made here for Levon. And, you know, he's finally taking a good chunk of his time on this move.
Yeah, we
28 minutes, by the way. We're getting...
Keep thinking.
And Levon's timestamp is at 62. So Levon not exactly at 71 minutes. He's at 62. But Hikaru below 30 minutes, and he's got 20 more moves to be made. Ugh. I would be pretty terrified here.
Yeah, bishop d5. I think there was thinking of 10 or 15 moves, because we covered, we had a break, we could talk a little bit, and then we covered 2 games and he was still thinking. So it's a lot of time that he took for this move.
Right. It's like that opera story I told a couple of commentaries ago, where I'm not sure it actually happened, but it's like, you know, Tal's opponent was taking so long that he went to see an opera production, came back, and his opponent was still thinking. But that used to be pretty common in the old days. You know, you would have these exorbitant time controls, 2.5 hours for 30 moves, and you would have players taking 2 hours per move. You know, that was not unheard of. And that's where I think that kind of story comes from.
Yeah, I have a friend who actually had a flight before the game. He came at the chessboard, he started to make moves, and then he fell asleep on the chessboard.
Oh my God.
He was thinking too much, and then he fell asleep. He woke up in the time trouble, in a very bad situation and bad position, and he lost the game. And he was like, why even appeared on the game? Like, why? I was not in the right place to play. So yeah, that happens.
Yeah, no, those stories are always funny. Falling asleep, or, you know, forgetting what the start of the round is, when the start of the round is, and coming 50. Well, I have a story about that. I was playing a tournament, and in the first round, so in American tournaments, there's usually a 1-hour policy. If your opponent doesn't show up within an hour, then the game is forfeited, and obviously you win the game by forfeit. So you don't gain any rating, but you get the full point. So I was playing the first round of a tournament. My opponent wasn't showing up. He hadn't shown up after 45 minutes. So I was already, like, psychologically, I already knew that I would win by forfeit. I mean, I've never seen anybody not show up for even 30 minutes and then show up. I mean, that's the latest that people have come to the board. 50 minutes passes. 55 minutes pass. I look around for the arbiter. I'm about to stop the clock. All of a sudden, 58 moves into the round, my opponent rushes in. He's got 34 minutes, or he's got 32 minutes on his clock. And, you know, I'm higher rated than him, and he destroys me. I mean, that game lasted 25 moves. I grabbed a pawn I shouldn't have grabbed. And the problem is I started playing fast too. You know how it is when your opponent is in time pressure, you start playing fast when you're not experienced. That's exactly what I did. I got sucked into it and I got destroyed. It was so painful. And it's just because I was psychologically totally unprepared to play. I was so sure that I would win by forfeit.
Yes. That's a little bit of psychological things, and this is so important in chess. Little details can change your mindset. Even you went there to fight, you were ready to your opponent to show up, but at some point when he was not showing up, you just start to think about, I don't know, in the evening, what's your plans, what's your preparation, who will be your second day opponent, and so on. And suddenly you don't want your opponent to show up anymore because you understand that you got a plus instead of
you start
points.
tasting the point and the free. There's nothing like a free point in a tournament. So you're absolutely right. Once you get a little taste of it, you really don't want your opponents to show up anymore.
Yes. Well, while Aronian is still thinking, I can also bring up one story that happened to me recently. I was playing Georgian Championship. I have not played Georgian Championship for like 10 years. And there was the moment I decided to play. I was really excited, and it was really good tournament for me. And there's one day when I'm driving to Chess Palace, and the Chess Palace in Georgia is in the central street. And I had to pass all these central areas, and of course I'm going early before the round. I don't like to be late or to be in rush. I just don't like to have this stress. So I was just going 1 hour before, and out of nowhere I'm driving and I see people just storming in the main street, and I don't understand what to do. I can get away from them, but there are people I cannot continue to drive, so I stopped. And then it turns out that there was a protest, and I don't see the news. I don't see the news. I don't really necessarily see the news before the game in the morning. And so I had no idea I could choose a different path. So I got myself into the middle of the protest.
Well, of course they had to choose that day for the protest. They couldn't have chosen any other day.
Yes, and then it was a lot of stress. Not only that I had very important game happening, I called to the arbiter and told what was the situation, and this is a situation that you don't have every day, right? So I was thinking maybe there will be some other procedure. I don't know. I informed them, and there was really angry people coming and knocking on the doors of my car, and I was like,
oh my God, that's
crazy. Now I was really scared, as they were I thought they will crush my car. And then police made this I don't know how it's English, hall of the people, they were standing on the side. Barricade, yes. And they said, move now or you're gonna stay here whole day. And I don't know what to do, because I saw people also on the roads, lying down on the roads. So I was like, oh God, I was shaking. And then at some point, the police was like, go, go, go. And I went out. And of course, there was really bad feedback from the people who were protesting, as you were getting out and you don't take their side of the view. And I was I had no idea what was going on, why protest was there.
What was being protested?
Yeah.
And when I arrived, participation at the Georgian Championship, they knew we were going to win.
I arrived at the game 2 minutes before the 1 hour. So I was there for 1 hour, and I was shaking, and I made a move when I had only 1 minute left on the board.
Oh
and Dania, guess what?
And you won.
I lost 2 points, 2 pawns in 10 moves in Rouser.
Oh my goodness. So you were discombobulated. That experience. I can't even imagine playing after that experience. And who were you playing?
I was playing International Master 2400 player.
That's brutal.
Very tough opponent. And I told you the opening, I lost 2 points right away, d6 and I don't know, b7 or something. And then in the end, some magic happened, and I hold the position in the rook end game with 2 pawns less. And
God, you managed to draw. I thought you looked.
No, it's the story that I will always remember, as I was still, when I'm remembering on this picture, I'm still shaking right now, because it was half the experience for me. Not only chess experience that I had, I played really worse of opening, but also how this happened and how was my day there. Yep.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think harrowing is a good word to describe that kind of experience. That was really, that was a fun story. Obviously, it wasn't fun in the moment, but on that note, Ketty, I think we are going to go on a short break. We hope everybody's enjoyed the stories. In the meantime, Aronian is hard at work figuring out a response to Bishop D5, and we will keep you posted on his response. So don't go anywhere. We'll just be a couple of minutes. You're watching FIDE Grand Prix. This is the final. This is game one. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Title Tuesday is now double the fun. 2 tournaments weekly with triple the prizes, totaling over 250K a year. Tune in each week at 8 a.m. Pacific and 2 p.m. Pacific. That's 11 a.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern to see your favorite title players battling it out right here at chess.com. And speaking of our favorite title players, Levon, Aronian, and Hikaru Nakamura duking it out at the finals of the FIDE Grand Prix. This is a 2-game match. This is game 1. Keddy and Daniel bringing you the action today. Keddy, it's been all Levon here in game 1. He's been in control of this from the very beginning, and he has officially made a decision. Ooh, we've got a lot of action here. Let's delve into it. He did indeed decide to take on d5 and follow up with knight c5, but Hikaru didn't go queen c4. Rather, he goes bishop h6, hitting the rook. Levon responds by ignoring it and creating a threat of his own. He takes on d3.
Oof. That's bit of change here. I personally don't really expect this from white to give up d3 pawn, but there is something here that white is planning. And what is that? Bishop f8.
Well, bishop f8, knight e1. Okay, and now first important thing to establish. After bishop h6, no, the knight is not trapped. It can withdraw to d3 and then to c5. And white does have a very... Now, if the knight goes back to c5 and black emerges up a pawn, it's almost going to be losing for white. But there's a very important resource, which I think Hikaru might be banking on. It is the move queen c4. Now, this is a fork, but that's not the resource because, of course, black is knight c5. But now the bishop swoops back to e3, threatening bishop takes c5 and queen takes a6. And the funny thing is that there is no way to stop it. I mean, if you move the knight, you give up a6. You can play bishop e7 and reinforce the knight, but you're not going to defend the a6 pawn. And it is true that black can take d5 here, but I think that with such a pass pawn on a4, white should be able to hold this position. So this is one of the ways in which the game can continue. But right now, Hikaru is still thinking after knight takes d3. And if he goes rook e to d1, Keddy, I think very importantly, Levon will go e4. After bishop takes f8, it looks like black is blundered, right? Rook takes f8, you give up e4, and you're down in exchange. But black has the intermezzo h5, chasing the queen back to g3. Now, does black take on f8? No, still no. Bishop h4, another intermezzo, and this one is devastating. Because now the queen has to drop back to h2. Bishop takes f2 check, and only now does black take on f8 with overwhelming compensation. I mean, you can't even talk about compensation. Black has 2 pawns for the exchange. He's going to move the bishop back, and the knight is going to drop into f2 with decisive effect. This is completely lost for white.
Wow, what a line here.
What a line.
That's why Hikaru was taking his time. Definitely, he was looking at this. And also Aronian, he was looking at this line, maybe even from moment when white played bishop d5. And yep. That's true. A lot of complications here. Can I very quickly go through all this again? Like, for instance, bishop f8 here. Is there a way black can consider to sacrifice an exchange and keep the knight on d3?
Of course, you know, black can play rook takes f8, but the second part is the problem, right? White's going to go rook e to d1, and you can't play e4 anymore because the rook's no longer on e8. So even after knight c5, this is a testament to how well black is doing. Even this position is probably not worse for black because of how incredibly solid this knight is and because of how strong the plan of kingside expansion is. But this is not what Aronian is going for. This is not what Aronian is going for. And he is going to take on e1. And he's up a pawn right now, right? He's up a pawn right now. And the line that we were considering, bishop h6, knight d3, is probably the best that white can do. I think this is what Hikaru should go for. And if he goes for this, I think he should be able to hold a draw in this game. Although even here, e4 looks pretty darn scary as well. Hikaru has already taken on f8. So he goes for this line, takes. And I'll bet you a silver dollar we'll see bishop. No, he takes on e1.
Oh, I wanted to suggest bishop d6 here to take this pawn.
I thought about that too. Wow. So he takes on f8 and he does go queen c4, but in a different version. So he has parted ways with a pawn.
He just sacrificed the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, sacrifice is probably a generous way to put it, but you know, he's voluntarily given it up for lack of a better option. But I think it's actually quite a deep idea because he's going for queenside. The compensation is going to come on the queenside. If Aronian plays queen c8, you know what I think Hikaru is saying is, all right, I'm down a pawn, but I have really active pieces. The queen's coming into c6, the rook's coming to b7. And if Levon does not create something on the other side of the board quickly, this queenside expansion is actually quite scary looking, right? So what is it that Levon can do on the king side? It's not entirely clear how he expands efficiently. So quite possibly Levon has to find a smarter way to defend the a6 pawn. Maybe queen a8 is a better idea in order to meet rook b1 with rook b8.
Then can we take the pawn on c7 as it is hanging?
Well, then I'll take the rook. No, instead of rook b1. Yeah, I was like, what am I missing there? Then I'll take on d5 though. I was like, okay, this is an interesting sacrifice. I thought you were about to say, can I take the pawn on a6? And
oh yeah, that could
because
be
you could do this, but after queen b1 check and e4, I think it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that black is getting this bishop to e5. The queen can come into f1. White's position crumbles despite the passed a pawn. I mean, it's just not fast enough.
What a sacrifice! What a line! I really like this, and I think that White has more chances to hold this position. What we have on the in the game right here. So you give up the pawn. It looks very much one of my blitz games where I blunder e4 central pawn, but I can still go it on as White is the one who can start to play on the queen side, and the bishop on f6 is not really the best bishop right now unless Black opens this diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, and I actually think, you know, the more I look at this, I think queen a8 is a very important move for Levon to play. Because the instinct, every fiber in my body says, let's go queen c8 to defend both pawns. But this is exactly what Hikaru is hoping for. And White's play hinges on his ability to activate his heavy pieces quickly. Because the knight on e2 is really bad. It's not doing anything. It's kind of out of commission. And if it ever goes to g3, Black can always try to meet that with f5. So the knight is not, is not the secret sauce. The secret sauce for White is to activate these pieces quickly. And Aronian has to try to prevent that. And queen a8 is such a smart move. And it's not an easy one to play because it's not easy to just abandon the c. Of course, you're counterattacking d5, but still, it's a move that you really have to uncover.
I love this move. I love this move. You are guarding a6, but you also attack on d5. And this is the moment when White wishes to have c pawn on c4 to guard d5 pawn. And it also stacks White's queen to be on c4. And White's queen cannot really move around just that easily.
Right. And Levon is thinking, which is for Levon fans, a very encouraging sign. Because, you know, I know a lot of players, probably myself included, would play queen c8 almost automatically. And, you know, one thing I have to admire Levon for is that even though he's played fast, he has not played recklessly. You know, there's a big difference between playing fast and practically and being reckless and undisciplined. And he has taken enough time in critical moments. So it's not like he's on tilt or anything. He's just playing very practical chess.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely agree. Dania, after queen a8 here, is there a way White can get knight on c1, knight on b3, a5, c6? Yeah. So White can aim to get the knight on c6.
You can try. The issue I have with that plan, let's make a neutral move for Black, king g7, which I think is also a helpful improving move. If you go knight b3, I will meet that with a5. And the same, by the way, for knight d3. The moment you try to get to b4, I will push my pawn to a5. And again, your knight has ended up in a spot where it seems to have no further prospects. Now, you could argue that this benefits White because it induces a weakness on the b5 square. That is true, but it might not be good enough. And guess what Levon has played? Queen a8. The man is on fire. What a beast.
That's really nice. Also looking at chess rapid the other day, yesterday actually. You were guessing the moves so easily of this, I think it was King H1 or something, and now you also guessed this Queen A8 so easily.
Well, not too many choices here.
To spot. It's like the passive move, let's say. It's not the active, because Queen goes in the edge of the board and has not too much moves.
And as Yasser would always say, the Queen is very, very strong as the supporting actress, right? It's sort of operating from behind, but it's really the magic, the glue that keeps the position together. The Queen, of course, is a long-range piece. And so long-range pieces, I mentioned this earlier in the context of a bishop, but sometimes long-range pieces are best positioned out of the way of the other pieces because they are just as effective. That's the nature of diagonal and vertical control.
Right. Yeah. Wow, this is interesting. I have a suggestion here for white. How about to push a5 to lock the pawn on h6 so you will not push that? And I still want to do the same. And I'm waiting from black to rook move on b8 or anywhere else where then I can take c7 with a tempo.
Right.
So you don't have knight queen d5.
This move, rook b8 would be bad because of queen takes, nope, not queen c6, but queen takes c7. And the point is that you cannot take on d5 anymore because your rook hangs. So here's what I would do with black here. I would actually go rook c8. And if white goes rook b1, then I would very seriously consider, okay, so this is where king g7 comes in really handy, right? Because you want to go c6 and open everything up, but immediately it's a terrible idea because f7 falls. So I would actually go king g7 in this position with the aim of meeting knight c1 with c6. And once these pawns are traded, Ketty, this gets really unpleasant. This pawn on a5 may become a weakness. Bishop d8 comes to mind. The pawn on c3 is also a weakness. This starts to crumble pretty quickly for white. So this is one of Aronian's main ideas, to go rook c8 and c6 with or without king g7 and force a transition into a pawn up endgame.
Yeah, wow, queen a8 is the move which very often happens to players when there is a lot of lines and a lot of dynamics, and you see the line like, okay, this is peaceful, I can hold that position, but then moves like this comes. It's not easy to spot from the position you're calculating this, and the moment you have on the board, you just feel that, oh no, it's the wrong way to go, because now even engine says that it's black has here
engine doesn't like this
advantage.
Yeah, pretty significant advantage according to the engine, +1 or so. And that checks out. I mean, it's a full pawn up for essentially no compensation. And white can try to acquire compensation by, shuffling his rook and the knight onto the right squares, but it just seems like he doesn't have the time to do that. We discussed the possibility of trying to get the knight to b4 and c6. If white's knight appeared on c6 here, I would take white any day of the week, probably with the exception of Wednesday. I'm just kidding. But the knight is so far away from it.
Wednesday is the day of nights, or what?
Wednesday is not the night day. Right?
Not the night day.
Wednesday is allocated to the bishops.
Okay.
So.
Okay, yeah, it's a long way. White really wishes to get this knight there, and there are ways to get it, but this is also a powerful idea from black to get the rook on c file and then to push the pawn forward and open up the position. And
you know what this reminds me of? These long maneuvers. It's like you labor for moves and moves to get your knight to c1 and then to d3, and then at the last second, black plays a5 and shuts you down. It reminds me of this famous 80s movie, National Lampoon's Vacation, where, it's a comedy where this family decides to do a road trip from one part of America to the other, from East Coast to West Coast, to visit a theme park. And when they finally get to the theme park is closed. And they've done this whole thing, and then the theme park played a5, and now they can't get their knight to b4. So this is what that reminded me of for some reason. I mean, the funny part of the movie is what happens on the drive there, of course, but nonetheless, that's a little out there.
we got in this round trip here in this position and got into the end game. Dania, can we go back with We at the point where everything started, because I prepared really nice line, but they played so fast I had no time to show it.
Absolutely.
Let's go all the way back when bishop d5 happened.
So bishop d5.
Yeah, so bishop d5 here, bishop takes d5, it takes d5, and knight c5 was on the board, and white played bishop h6, and I really thought that white could go queen c4. It looks so good move, a natural move. But here black has e4, and after, if you take this pawn e4, then rook comes on e4 attacking the queen, and then other rook comes on e8, and look at this pin on the diagonal. So white doesn't really want to play that.
Disgusting.
Horrible. So white has to push d4 or find some other move, but when d4 comes there, knight jumps on d3, hits the rook, and then we have seen this kind of position where bishop comes on h4, and then f5, f4 comes on the way. So this is something that white avoid, and that's the reason why actually white played bishop h6. Yeah,
no, this move e4 definitely is a massive deterrent against queen c4. I completely agree.
Yeah, but there is also a tricky computer line that I checked on the break. After e4 here, white can play knight g3, and the idea of knight g3 is obviously take
g3. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, so the idea is to take obviously on e4 if knight comes on d3. So black can take on d3, and now bishop on e3 is the move which saves white's position for now.
And you can't stop bishop takes c5, queen takes d3. We saw this idea in reference to the pawn on a6. Now this pawn on d3 is stranded, and it's going to, but this is, I mean, this is so hard to go for. I mean, you look at this pawn and you rule this line out immediately. You don't think, oh, I'm going to take this knight and then take this pawn on the next move. So can we really blame for Hikaru for not seeing bishop e3? That is a knight g3. Sorry, that is a wonderful, wonderful defensive move. Good analysis, Ketty.
Okay, I checked it with the engine.
still, that's it's a very illuminating line.
Yeah,
the engine also checked it with you.
And also I do think is that what a lot of players are referring after the games, that's when they say, for instance, it's very possible that after e4 he stopped calculation here, or after several moves d4 knight d3, and you don't really look other moves around, rather than he probably was very much focused on this end game.
Right, and rook b1, by the way, by Hikaru. So now this rook b8 move will Levon, and he plays it immediately. My goodness gracious, this guy is unstoppable. Rook b8 by Levon, and danger time for Hikaru. I just wanted to say rook b4. Rook b4 is a nice move. Hikaru doesn't go for rook takes b8 and queen takes a6 because that loses to queen b1 and e4. Instead, he says, I am not giving away that b file. I'm going to hold on to it with my teeth.
Right. So what happens after a5, which is so natural move?
Maybe rook b5.
Oh.
Just keeping control over the b file, which I think is crucial for white. And I think it's white's position is actually very, very solid here. Black is up a pawn, but that's just about the only advantage that he has here. Otherwise, white's got pretty active pieces. So pretty decent chances for Hikaru here.
And this end game, if black takes the rook, queen takes the rook back, I suppose. And this end game, queen and knight versus queen and bishop, and extra pawn for black seems quite decent for white, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, black has this plan of going queen a7, queen b6 maybe, and offering the queen trade. I think in the event of a queen trade, black basically has a free hand. I mean, no risk, and black can, has several winning. I mean, not that black is really risking here either. Let's be real, we're playing for two results. And maybe black should take the more ambitious approach and go e4, open up the bishop. So many tries by Levon. The first big question, Ketty, I agree, is whether he plays a5, or does he maybe take on b4 straight away and then go queen b7, for example.
Right.
So
okay, yeah,
big
very
decision.
Interesting. Another move which comes to my head is just to play a passive move, rook bishop d8 to keep the pawn on the board, then to try to push the king side pawns forward or king g7, just to win some time.
Right. And sometimes you got to play moves like that. Sometimes the best moves are the ones that look the least glamorous, but they do the most. And this defends the pawn on c7, paving the way for the pawns to advance on the king side. Levon taking some time here, another very important decision to be made. And he smells blood, of course. This is, if he can win this game with black, he basically ends the match. I mean, to beat Aronian on demand of the black pieces is, I mean, a monumental achievement.
Oh yeah, to win the first game is so important. We have seen that in the semifinals. The players who won the first game, actually, they were these two players, then they give no chance whatsoever in the second game.
Right. Yeah, and Hikaru himself gave Richard Report virtually no chances in that Queen's Gambit line. Okay, so Levon thinking about the next course of action. So a5 we've identified. a5, rook b5, rook takes b5, queen takes b5. This is one very, very likely endgame. And, you know, the engine here, by the way, just wants to improve the position of king g7. Also makes sense. Also makes sense.
How about knight c1, knight b3?
Yeah, now the time is ripe for e4. So you kind of wait for the knight to move to its most passive square, and then you play e4.
Okay, the idea is to get this bishop on d4 and to have this bonding with the queen a7, e3.
Yep. Or you can start with queen a7. And in response to knight b3, the move e3, you don't even need the bishop here. You can just go e3. Queen takes a5. And if queen takes a5, you take, and then the pawn is unstoppable. The pawn is unstoppable after e2. So I think Levon is going to go a5. I think that's the most, how should I put it? That's the clearest path, and it's the most forcing move. And it doesn't really allow white much of a choice, and it gets the rooks traded on black's terms. So
yeah,
very hard to say how this game is going to end. I mean, it's impossible to predict. Two results really are only possible here. I don't see Levon losing this game, but as between a win and a draw, all depends on the next 4 or 5 moves. I've been saying that for about 15 moves, but I really mean it this time, I promise.
Yeah, I agree with you. And even if the position is drawish, Levon will still try to push as much as possible to get the energy of his opponent for the next game.
Right. Yeah, that's actually a very important point. You want to, even if you know where the game is heading, you want to squeeze every ounce of energy from your opponent while you have the chance. You never know when that's going to come in handy.
Right.
Okay, so 39 minutes here for Levon. 13 moves left until the time control, or 14 moves left, rather.
Daniel, how about move like king g7? Like if you take the pawn on c7, I need this king to guard my f7 weakness. And now after queen takes c7, black can trade the rooks on b file and then capture d5 pawn.
And this is unthinkable for white because now black has a passer on d6. This is a threat. Once the position opens up, the knight is just totally incapable of handling it. So that's an important line. The one thing Hikaru could try to do is go a5 in this position and fix the pawn on a6 and basically say, okay, Levon, you're not going to go a5, so I'm going to go a5, and you're never getting rid of that weak pawn on a6. So to me, this is the reason why a5 is the most enticing move. I really don't want to allow white to get this pawn onto a5. Even though it's on a dark square, black is a dark squared bishop, it's actually very difficult to get to that pawn on a5, given the fact that the pawn on c7 would block a bishop that comes to d8.
Yeah. Very often some players are considering bad bishop the one who guards its own pawn. Sometimes it's good bishop because you have weaknesses and there is a bishop the same color, and this bishop can save those pawns. So it's not necessarily bad bishop here on f6.
No. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Black has a lot of pawns on dark squares, but I think that's an overrated way of trying to assess whether a bishop is good. It's just counting how many pawns are on the same square. That doesn't tell you all that much. I have plenty of examples where you have no pawns on the same color as your bishop, and the bishop's terrible, and vice versa. This is more an example of the latter.
Right.
Okay.
And
King G7, he's played it.
G7.
I stand corrected. You are absolutely right. Great job. And I would feel vindicated if Hikaru goes A5 here. If Hikaru doesn't go A5, I am, then I'll take an L.
What's the idea of that? Do you think after A5, Black plans here to play Bishop D8 with C5 next? It's might possible. Be too much.
Oh, C5, and you want to take that pawn on A5?
Why not?
No, it's an idea for sure. I mean, another possibility is to go Queen A7 here, get this queen a little bit more active. And you know what hurts White here? What hurts White tremendously is the fact that he can essentially never go for this, because allowing the Black queen to get this active and then allowing E4, Bishop E5 is too dangerous, even though White has the pass pawn. So that's an important detail for Levon to account for, which I'm sure he sees, because he's already going for it.
They had different time on the clock, and I was thinking that Levon also had 36 or 33 minutes, but now it switched a bit. And I was thinking that they're getting closer on the clock. And here we have, this is the move 27. So they are not in time trouble right now, but if they don't play next moves really fast, they will find themselves in the time trouble.
And for Hikaru, especially important to make decisions quite quickly here. He's got about 20 minutes on the clock. And if he gets it down to 10 for 10 moves, down a pawn, easy to lose control of the game. You allow one pawn break, C6, A5, E4. Any of these moves could lead to disastrous effects if White is not ultra precise. So unenviable defensive task here for Nakamura.
Right.
22 minutes on the clock, to be exact.
Daniel, how about Queen B3 here to force Black to leave the line or take the rook? And then White can take with his C pawn, and the pawn on D5 is guarded. Then Queen can come back on C4, and White can try to create maybe pass pawn on the Queen side. Yeah,
kind of get the same structure as, as the ideal version of this. I think the only issue here, maybe Black can go C6. Oh, but then White will go knight C3 just in time in order to defend the D5 square. And if Black takes, this is just about the worst version of this trade that you can get with this monster knight on D5 and B5 coming in. So absolutely viable candidate move, Keddy. Queen B3, I'm sure, is being considered by Hikaru as we speak. And it looks like he's going to spend a little bit more time. And it looks like we will take that opportunity to go on a break. So
good opportunity for us. So
absolutely.
Guys, don't go anywhere. The things are still heating up here. Even though they have less of the pieces on the board, there are still a lot of ideas. So we'll be back soon. Welcome back at the finals of Grand Prix 2022, leg 1. And we do have the first game in the action. Daniel, we do have one move from Levon Aronian since we took a break. He goes with h5.
Yeah, so I was doubly wrong. Neither of them showing any inclination to push the pawn to a5, neither white nor black. And I guess that the more I looked at it, the more I kind of understood why Levon doesn't want to go a5. I mean, giving up the b5 square like this is just not intuitive. Like, it's just not. It looks like white's making progress here, and it looks like the pawn on a5 becomes a serious weakness, which it does. And I guess Hikaru might be thinking the exact same thing. So instead of this, Levon choosing to improve his position on the other side of the board, h5. Now, is he necessarily trying to push h4? Maybe, maybe not. Hikaru just went knight e4 on his own volition. Okay. And most likely Levon is going to drop his bishop back. My guess is to d8. And if you're already moving the bishop back, you might as well bring the c7 pawn under control. And then perhaps he will continue expanding with f5.
Right, and this move h5 you always need in the end game. And if you get the end game queen and the bishop, the move will be very useful. Black can push h4 and then e4, bishop e5, and to give the checks on this diagonal will be even more powerful, as you're going to have additionally pawn on h4 who will take the control over the g3 square. Right,
that's a good point. Levon is thinking bishop e7 honestly is out of the question. Actually, it's not even good. Queen takes c7, rook takes b4, cb, queen takes d5. And the simplest here for white is takes, and takes d6. And already white is at least drawing the game. So if you're moving the bishop, you have to move it to d8.
Yeah, and there's no any other square now. Bishop h4 makes not big of sense, as white can push this bishop from there too. So we do have bishop d8 on the board.
Bishop d8 is on the board by Levon, who continues to keep his foot on the gas pedal. Time-wise, he has left himself over half an hour for the final stretch before time control. Hikaru down to 13 and a half minutes. That is like just nothing in a position like this. This is massive time pressure and a bad position. Hikaru will have to he will have to put on his absolute A game here in the next 10 moves.
Yes, 10 moves to go. And as you mentioned, it's not easy to move the pieces around. Is there a way that white can play knight e2, knight b3 still to get the knight on a5 and then c6?
Well, you could try. I mean, you could go knight d2 here. But then I think at some point, Levon is probably going to go a5. I think at some point a5 is going to happen. And after rook b5, the engine was indicating a very nice line. Bishop g5 looks like it walks right into knight b3. Now watch this. Takes. No, that is not the line I want you to watch. And now queen comes to c8. And all of a sudden, if you just help yourself to the pawn, the queen drops to f5. And just look at, the queen just has access to all these nasty squares, c2 and e4, and white's pieces are just sort of stranded on the queen side. So this is very hard to see, though. I mean, queen c8, queen f5 is not a simple maneuver by any means. And Levon, at some point, will have to realize that he has to give the pawn away for this specific compensation.
Oh wow, this is a nice line, although it can be really hard to understand or get over a6 pawn. It's not so easy, right? To find the move. Also, queen state is not quite easy to spot. Queen state, queen f5.
Yeah, it all sort of depends on whether Levon will find the right opportunity to push his pawn to a5. That, I think, not to sound like a broken record, but that's what it is going to boil down to. And let's just take a very quick look at the bracket here to remind ourselves of who they have beaten to get to this point. It is all too fitting that they are pitted against each other, as Hikaru beat Report, Levon beat Dominguez. For those of you joining later in the tournament, they have gone through some incredibly strong players and are facing each other in the final of the first FIDE Grand Prix of 2022. And it is all coming down to this. These 10 moves, Keddy, these 10 moves are absolutely critical. Let's see who has the better nerves. Can Hikaru withstand Levon's advantage, or can Levon carry his extra pawn all the way home and convert it into the extra point?
Danny, that's a so good point. This next 10 moves can also partially decide tomorrow's day. If white holds the position, then tomorrow is a new day with a different color. If Aronian managed to get a point out of this, he takes a huge advantage. It's just not a point. He takes huge psychological advantage.
Yeah, and a draw would almost be a psychological win for Hikaru if he can show his defensive capabilities in such a position, even though he's playing black tomorrow. I think Robert likes to make this point. If somebody approached Levon before the game, said, look, you can make a draw. You're going to make a draw with black against Hikaru. He would be happy. 9 times out of 10, he would be happy. But then if you told him, hey, you'll be up a pawn in up 25 minutes with 10 moves left, then he'd be a lot less happy. And here we go. Hikaru taking the opportunity, and he takes the plunge. He's played a5 himself. And I like it. I think this is a good decision. Very committal, but good.
I like it too. Look at white's pieces. Even though black has an extra pawn here, black's pieces are not that active. They're all squeezed on the queen side on the back ring. And look at white's pieces. They are so active. They have more space. And of course, the piece activity. It's just always better to have as you have more choices in your next moves.
And I think Levon really there's only one thing that he can do, which is to go rook c8. Now, at first, this might look like madness. You're giving up the b file. What is black doing? Well, black has a very specific idea, and that is to push the c pawn either to c6, or you mentioned this, to c5 to hit the rook and open up the bishop on d8. I think that's partially why he played bishop d8. Now, let's just make a random move for white. Before playing c6, black could also start with f5 to chase this knight away so that the d6 pawn doesn't hang. After knight d2, c6, this would be a great example of things going totally wrong for white. This is actually just completely lost. Takes, and all these pawns are collapsing. This is obviously highly unappetizing for white. So if Levon goes rook c8, Hikaru will have to take the one tempo that he has to figure something out here. And nothing immediate is occurring to me. If you play queen c6, then after the trade, black can play the move bishop e7 to prepare d5, and this also looks pretty grim.
Oh, Daniel, at this position, what we have right now, I was thinking, is the white's next move queen c6? Like, for instance, let's make any move here for black, which means nothing. Maybe not like that. Maybe not can change something.
It's
H4,
actually not.
Let's say.
It's just not that easy to make a move, make a waiting move. I guess h4. Yeah, I forgot about h4.
Yes. So queen c6 here. You want to activate your pieces, maybe even to trade the queens at some point, and then activate your rook. And here, if black takes and then takes on b4, look at this position. You want to play next move b5 and queen your a5 pawn.
Right.
If you play d5,
doesn't matter.
Knight, Oh, b5 right away.
b5. Yeah, you can't stop the pawn. de, ba, and goodbye. a7, a8 is coming.
Yeah.
So anytime and then this is why a5 is such a good move, because it creates the potential for these types of pawn breaks that can happen anytime you have a mass trade of heavy pieces. But Levon, he didn't play rook c, and instead he goes queen a7. The engine did not like that move, but it's practical, and he's gotten Hikaru down to 10 minutes.
Wow. Queen
rook
a7?
c8 and apparently g4 here should be played by Hikaru. That is a very gutsy move. That takes a lot of, bravery to play such a move. But that's up Hikaru's alley. These types of moves, he doesn't hesitate, especially when he's in time pressure.
So you say that white is so okay in this position that you can even push g4?
He does push his g-pawn, but he pushes it to one square. And my guess, I don't understand how Aronian's going to follow. I think queen a7 was rushed. I think this is the first moment in the game where I'm going to make this criticism of Levon. I think he played way too quickly in that moment. I think if he took a little bit longer, he kind of made the assumption that you can't move the rook away from the b file, but you actually can. And if he had looked a little bit more concretely, I think he would have spotted the idea of preparing c6. As it stands, I just don't see a follow-up. And yeah, he can go f5, but now the knight drops back to d2. And I actually think white is okay. Because if black is not playing c6, then what does black do?
I'm starting to like white's position here as well, after seeing all this passive moves here from black. And now rook c8 makes no sense, as white will get queen on c6, rook on b7, and black is simply knocked out there on the queen side. The queen can't even get on the king side or in the center, as all these pieces are controlling those squares. And you definitely don't want to give up the b file or just trade the rooks, as white can take that also by the pawn.
Yeah, and even when the queen's on the board, b5 is a very dangerous idea, given how passive this bishop is. No, this is I mean, I'll have to analyze this more deeply, but I think this is a very serious mistake by Levon to go queen a7, to play it so quickly is a poor decision from all angles. And now I think Hikaru, if he's careful, should I think the tables have just turned. I think Hikaru shouldn't lose this game.
Yeah, I also start to think that, and in my head, I just allow a5, allow white to play a5. That was the bit of passive from Levon.
Yeah, he had the chance to go a5 himself on several occasions, and I understand why he didn't do that. I mean, this is the engine line, but I think anybody can understand why he didn't give up that square. But rook c8 is a more human idea. And here we go. Now he started to think. Unfortunately for Levon, it's kind of too late. And my guess is that he's going to play f5. That's a hard move not to play. Hikaru is going to drop the knight back, and white is fine. White might just be equalizing here.
How about h4 here to expose the king's side?
h4 will go g4.
No, after f5.
Oh, f5, knight d2, h4.
Yeah.
Probably I'll take.
Right.
Probably I'll just take. I mean, even here I can go g4. And Levon, oh, sorry, I thought he made a move, but no. Even here, I think g4 is fine for white. Yeah. No, I think this is okay. How
about bishop g5 just to activate this piece?
Knight f3. And this is the problem. White is threatening rook takes b8 and queen takes a6. And with the pawn removed from g2, the king has Luft. The king has the g2 square. So you can now consider giving up the b file and taking on a6. And even if black avoids this, rook c8, Ketty, in these positions doesn't make any sense, because you're no longer threatening. Here it just, I mean, not here specifically because the bishop is hanging, but for example, if you played here, oh, that also blunders knight takes d6. That's it. The opportunity train has passed completely on that idea. And there we go. He's played f5 and knight d2 has happened. And I would start thinking about a draw for if I'm Levon. I would seriously start thinking about a draw for here. I know it sounds crazy, but Hikaru with 7 minutes scares me in this position.
Oh, yeah. This is getting what Hikaru actually wanted from this position. From the middle game, he wanted to have something like this rather than to have a static position where he has a bit worse. Is there bishop g5 right away? Like, I feel like black has to activate his bishop.
Yeah, bishop g5 is a thought, and probably knight f3. And then maybe you drop the bishop back to f6. Maybe this is a more active square. But here again, I think white probably can already take on a6. I think white can bite the bullet and go for it. And okay, black is obviously, of course, black can make a draw. Check, e4. And if black wants, he can take and go queen d1 and basically force perpetual, but that's all the black has. Black is not going to checkmate the white king in this position. And Levon has taken up e4 and gone e4. So he is making a play against white's king. I like it. I like that idea. He wants to go e3 and blast everything open. But Hikaru, I think, can just put his king up on g2. I think Hikaru can go king g2 here. And if Levon goes e3, as scary as this looks, takes knight f3, I'm not seeing it. I don't think there's mate. I don't think there's anything resembling mate here. And
right.
meanwhile,
There's also
a6
queen
is tagging.
c3, Tanya, just intermediate check, and you can pick up this pawn. So
Hikaru has gone knight b3 instantly. But sorry, Katie, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. Knight b3, and now he wants to play knight d4, so bishop f6 is the next move.
I think Hikaru has to go king g2. I mean, if you can't, and the reason why is that e3 with the king on g1 is 100 times more dangerous because black takes on e3 with check, right? And that changes the landscape completely.
Yeah, and after king g2 and e3, white can take this pawn, and there's no queen e3 as c7 pawn is hanging by the check, and black has to calculate first before going there.
Yeah, king h6, and now queen c1, very important resource, forcing the queen check. We already know that this pawn majority is devastating for black because of the possibility of a breakthrough with b5. Right. Okay, Hikaru is thinking after bishop f6. King g2 and king f1, I think, are the key moves in this position. Again, avoiding b5 is very important. Takes e3, and this is the worst version in which white can allow e3. Right. I'll bet you that Hikaru is going to move his king. That is typical
king f1
Hikaru.
Also looks very nice. King f1, king e2 to activate your king rather than to hide and to avoid e3.
Yeah, look, king f1 looks great. King f1 looks great. And a lot of moves to be made here by Hikaru before time control. But they're not that difficult. I mean, there's not that many pieces left on the board. He doesn't have that much to keep track of. I mean, really only e3 and h4. So this is a very doable challenge for Hikaru to hold on to this position. I think he's going to hold it.
Yeah, at this point, white seems to have some room to breathe. He can also start to push queen c6, queen d7, and looking for some checks there.
Oh yeah, that is a possibility. I guess still black can go e3 though, and black has this escape valve on h6, which is actually and the king is very hard to get to on h6. And guess what Hikaru has played? King g2. He's gone for it, and I would guess Levon maybe was relying on h4 here, but even the simple g takes h4, Ketty, is better than it looks, because bishop takes h4 runs into queen d4 check, and black can resign because now b5 is going to be totally deadly, combined with this threat as well, just taking all of black's pawns.
Right, and just knowing the fact that the end game of knight and bishop is mostly winning here for white, that blocks black from many moves, such as h4 here, and then to take this, or just to move bishop from this diagonal. Right.
And the clock is ticking here for Levon, both literally and figuratively, because now Hikaru is finally prepared to play b5, force the trade, and go a6. Levon has 1 or 2 tempi maximum before he has to bail out. And it might be worthwhile to bail out straight away with a move e3, whereby if I had to predict right now, I would say the game might end in a draw with some sort of a perpetual. King g8, queen takes d6. And for instance, a perpetual here might be likely. King h1, like queen f1 check. This kind of perpetual might happen. A little bit out there, but it's not impossible. We'll see what Aronian does in this position.
Then do you think white can go for more with g4 here? Is that the move that white would like to play, or it's better for black to open up some of the files on the king side?
Well, g4, I think f takes g4 could be scary, because if you play h takes g4, you run into h3 check. And like you said, the king is distracted, the queen swoops into f2. Here you could get checkmated. But yeah, I think g takes h4.
Well, Beth is thinking.
Yeah, Levon taking his time here, but it might be a little bit too late to generate serious winning chances.
Very interesting position and the end game here.
Yeah, very, very high potential now that the game, one way or another, ends in a draw through either some liquidation or a perpetual or an offer.
Draw offer.
Yeah, and by and large, I mean, by and large, a successful result for Levon if that is indeed how the game ends. But, you know, the way that it happened, he's going to be kicking himself pretty significantly. He's going to have to put it behind him. I mean, Hikaru is so good at pouncing on any sign of psychological weakness. He is merciless in that regard.
Yeah, it's very important for a chess player who is competing at this level.
Right.
They need to be very strong.
Okay. Yeah, this is two big chances. A5, I think, and Rook C8. I think if this game ends in a draw, the Monday morning quarterbacks are going to be talking specifically about those moments as being the ones where Levon perhaps squandered the biggest shot at winning the game. Although, make no mistake, I don't think Levon was clearly winning or even close at any moment. No matter what the engine says, I don't think it was clear cut. So he can console himself with that. But he cannot console himself by telling himself that he didn't have any chances, because he definitely did. And we'll see. This game is not over. Anything is possible. But it just feels like the momentum has shifted completely in Hikaru's favor.
I kind of have a feeling that Black is now struggling to find next moves, as White also has some sort of threats, and it's just not like White is waiting from Black's move. No, White has his own ideas, and you know what, if you don't play active, then we see b5 come in there, and White can create a pass pawn on the queen side, and this bishop from f6 can never get into that game if White creates a pass pawn.
And the bishop is so annoyingly bad here. It's like it can't go to d4, can't go to c3. It can't move away from this diagonal because there's going to be a queen trade. What can it do? I mean, nothing. It's just sitting there. It looks pretty, but you know, it was good when it was stopping the knight. When the knight was on f3, the bishop was great. Now that the knight is on b3, the bishop technically restricts it, but it's also kind of paralyzed on f6.
It's a hostage on this diagonal. It can
yeah,
never
it is. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and even if like Black moves the king away, so there's no queen d4 with a check, then knight comes on d4, and knight has all these beautiful squares of c6 on e6. Yeah.
Yeah, all these nice vacation destinations are one flight away for the knight. And that's why Levon would have to think very hard about a move like h4, because that comes with a pretty hefty price tag.
What do you think if Levon here offers a draw? Hikaru will accept that?
Yeah, I think he will. I think that he would, because the combination of the time pressure and the fact that Hikaru understands that. I mean, realistically, Levon could play e3 if he wants a draw. I think that if Levon plays e3, that is the move which signifies to us that he has accepted that, you know, he's very unlikely to win this game. And the engine was actually showing the possibility of f4. So Hikaru has alternatives here himself. And then maybe king f3, and you start surrounding this pawn, and you basically say that if I win this pawn, material will be equal, and then White's certainly not going to accept a draw. So
and look at this queen on a7. If this queen loses the job on this diagonal, then it's simply stuck there guarding c7 and a6 weaknesses.
Right. Levon thinking here. He's got 20 minutes or so on his own clock. So conceivably he could think for another 15. Wouldn't rule that out. All right.
Wow. I was thinking, Daniel, this can get really ugly for Black too. Like after queen c6, threatening some checks, but then b5, a6, and queen b7. How this queen is kicking from there?
Let me show this idea. Just make some very useful moves for black. This is actually a very funny situation after queen b7. The knight on b3, look at how good it is. It's covering both c5 and d4. Black's queen is trapped here. Black's queen has no squares. So you can resign here. And if you take, then of course the pawn promotes through b7. Right. Wow. Lots of these ideas for white hanging in the air. And yeah, this is where the fact that there's only one game makes it a little bit more dry than, if there was another game to turn to. But it's also fun to watch, momentum shift in this way. And
right. We don't miss anything. We don't miss anything. But it's so funny. Every time we take a break, they make like 3-4 moves right away. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Levon, you just know he's waiting for us to take our next break, which is going to happen soon. And then the moment we go on our break, there's going to be like a flurry of 4 moves.
He's asking our arbiter like what they are doing there, and our arbiter says
Daniel
like
going in the break. Yes. Oh, it's 12:15. Okay. Let's make some moves. So, all right, let's test that. Let's test that hypothesis, Ketty. All right, guys, we are going on a break. And when we return, we will have more action for you from the FIDE Grand Prix. I'm kidding. We're not actually going on a break, but don't tell Levon. Okay, now, according to our theory, he's going to make a move in approximately the next 30 seconds. So okay. Let's sit in silence.
With a delay, yes.
Yeah, there's a delay. So he's listening to the stream, and we probably just announced going on the break. Okay, let's give him 30 seconds. Let's see what happens. I'm going to wave my hands around and cast some Harry Potter spells. Make a move on us.
Talking about players hurrying commentary, that actually happened to me once. It was a Grand Prix, but it was a women Grand Prix. And I don't know, it was some technical error over there. And it's like they had our voice at the maximum level.
Oh, God.
And then the players were looking around and I was like, wow, hold on, they can hear us? And in fact, they could really hear us.
Oh my goodness. During an over the board tournament.
Yeah. It was over the board tournament. So there was a really strange situation. Seems like it was like they lost our voices and the producer was trying to volume up to hear us. And then he could not hear us. He left the room. He came to us. He fixed it. And the moment before he got from our room to to his working room, it was like some floors. By the time players heard us.
That's funny. That would be an interesting idea for a tournament. Like you're allowed to listen to the commentary. And that's just part of the tournament. The commentators just say, but you never know when the commentators are trolling. So we will, for example, claim that the engine says a move, which is actually a blunder, to try to get the players to blunder. The players have to discern when we're saying the truth and when we're trolling.
That's a good idea.
Thoughts while Levon is taking forever, making his 35th move during the Grand Prix finals. No,
he was not listening to us.
He is not listening to us. We have proven it beyond a shadow of doubt, scientifically. Yeah, E3 or H4 really are the two moves that I'm expecting. I think he's going to play one of the two. And E3 if I had to choose. I think it's what we're going to see.
Right, and if that's the moment when he feels that he has to come up with a draw, maybe he's finding the most precise way how to do it, because things can get ugly here for black. Let's be honest.
Yeah, especially against Hikaru, who is like the wizard at turning the tables and not only pulling out a draw but then winning. That's very much his style. But yeah, I'm trying to remember any stories that I have with, like hearing commentary or other freak occurrences during a game, but nothing is coming to mind at the moment. I'm sure I'll think of something. And I've had so many experiences at the board. My goodness, chess takes you everywhere. Gives you all sorts of experiences, all sorts of people.
True. That's true.
Well, talk about time pressure. Here's the thing. 5 more minutes for Levon, and he's below 10 minutes. And that's when things start getting concerning from his end, because he's not used to being in acute time pressure. And for players who are not quite as experienced, that can be a pretty big problem, and it can cause further anxiety.
Right, yeah.
Our producers has the audacity to suggest a move, which is Queen B8. And that actually is not a bad move. I think that is not a bad move. Now, White can make a draw with Knight D4, by the way. This is a really instructive move. A lot of people will look at this and say, wait a second. Why does White want to trade when he's down a pawn? Well, as Robert Hess always says, not about the quantity of passed pawns or pawns, it's about the quality. And this possibility of going B5 is actually super scary for Black. And I would say that White has the practical advantage here, because this pawn, Queen B7, even here you can play B5. And then Queen C6. And again, you can see the problem, right? If you move the queen, you allow A6. And if you take, then White promotes first. So not fun. Not fun for Mr. Levon.
Is Queen B8? No, he's still thinking.
Yeah. He's still thinking. And perhaps we'll go on a real break? I don't know. Let's check in with our producer. Somebody suggested a nap. I'm not too opposed to the idea. I don't think anybody in the chat would begrudge me a nap as Levon contemplates his move. Yeah, we will go on a short break. We're going to take a 3-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, as Levon contemplates how he manages to keep the balance here, which is not a question he thought he would be asking of himself just a couple of moves ago. You're watching the FIDE Chess Grand Prix. We are watching the finals. It's game 1. Oh,
they made a move.
Are we still going on the break? Bick, let us know, because H4, G takes H4 is on the board. We are canceling the break. Kill the commercial. Kill the commercial. The ads can wait. We're watching the game. See, this is called dedication as commentators. We faked Levon out. It worked the second time.
You see, we wanted to trick him and he tricked us once again.
Okay, H4, G takes H4, and the problem is F4 would be very nice if it didn't just blunder the pawn on E4. So Levon once again settles into a think. Now, whatever he does, this loses. This loses to Queen D4 check. We've already established that.
Right. And what actually changed? What's the idea? Like, I'm not really sure that Black will play King H6, King H5 to pick up that pawn. And you cannot take that pawn by the bishop because of Queen D4.
Right.
So what really changed after H4 and G takes H4? Ooh,
well,
King
actually,
F7.
King H6 is very possible. Did he play a move? Yes, he did King F7, yeah. Wait a minute. I don't like King F7 at all. Something feels wrong about, what if Queen C6? What if Queen C6 threatening B5? Whoa. I think Levon might be ever so slightly losing the thread of the game here. Queen C6.
He has to take on H4 to attack on F2, so White will not go B5 at least.
No, but here there is even ideas like Knight C5 are not out of the question, honestly. Wait a minute. Queen D7.
Can we see Knight C5 first?
It probably doesn't work, but my idea was to go B5. And you can see the eval bar is not quite as extreme as I thought it would be. It almost works. I thought you would go A6 here. No. Oh, D6. No. I was going to go D6, CD, A6. But look at this line. Queen B7 check is a threat. And it almost works. I mean, Black has Bishop D8, unfortunately. And Queen B7, Black trades and goes Bishop C7. But this just shows how powerful a single pass pawn in the corner can be in such endgames. It can warrant sacrificing all of your other pieces. Okay.
That's interesting. That's very interesting to have this sort of opportunities. This means that if Black makes any inaccurate move, then White will have this chance to play Knight C5.
Yeah, and Hikaru's biggest enemy here is his time pressure, down to 4.5 minutes. He's got 4 big moves to make. And I still feel like it's likely to end in a draw one way or another.
Mm-hmm. And Daniel, what do you think about b5? If queen gets on this diagonal, it's good. If you play bishop h4, then there is queen d4 or knight d4 move.
Yep. Although the problem for white here is that queen d4 no longer forces the queen trade. Black can escape the queen trade with queen b7. And there's also a problem, Getty, with knight d4, namely a takes b5. And all of a sudden, white can't recapture with either piece. You take with the queen, you lose the knight. If you take with a knight, you drop f2. And Hikaru has gone h5. So he says, first, I'm going to give back my pawn in order to shatter Black's kingside pawn structure. That makes a lot of practical sense. Let's see what he does now.
Now queen c6 comes even stronger.
Now he goes b5. Here comes his pawn. Boom.
Okay, and after bishop h4, what's his idea?
Oh, he wants to play queen e2. That was the point of h5. Now he threatens to take. What a genius idea. He threatens to take on h5 with check. Is he going to win this game? That would be just absolutely insane. Wow, that is a very, very powerful idea.
And if you play king g6 to guard it, it's actually in fact bishop is hanging. Then you take this pawn on a6 and
you buy yourself time. And now into the Wild West out there on the queen side. So this is
you just get this knight at the right place, maybe knight d2, knight f1, knight d3, or knight g3.
Exactly.
Find a better square for this knight and then move queen away.
Yeah, queen can also come back through b5 to b7 if white can remove the counterplay against f2. So this is not inspiring any confidence at all. I think Levon can consider also going e3 in this position, but this already smacks of some sort of desperation. Here, white goes queen d3 to hit the f5 pawn. Takes. And again, with this pawn on a5, I feel like white is the only one playing for a win here, despite being down a pawn in this position.
Right.
Well, Hikaru's playing for a win at this point. No question about it in my mind. No question about it. And he probably will decline a draw at this point.
At this point, yeah, for sure. Like he has nothing to risk now, and
very little. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is the position, like any trade, any queen trade is just good for white. Also, bishop and knight trade can be very good for white, as the king is so far, and white can start to push the queenside pawns and create the serious danger there for black. And also the king side, on the other hand, now is weakened, and there are tons of ideas for white.
Mm-hmm. The clock continues to tick down for Levon, who's down to 12 and a half minutes for 3 moves. That sounds like a lot, but not when, the game is already depending on every decision you make.
How about a takes b5, queen takes b5, and f4, as e4 pawn is no longer hanging?
The issue is I'll check you. You'll probably go up. Then I'll check you again. And then I'll check you again on e6. This is a very nasty check.
Yeah.
And then I'll even throw in h4 to force the king back so that I can take this pawn with check. So all of these tactics now work in white's favor. Yeah, now black just drops all his pawns. Okay. Levon thinking after b5. 30 minutes are added after move 40. And they're on move 38 right now, with Hikaru sitting pretty, only 2 more moves to make.
Yeah, now at this point, you don't really have any pressure on time, because first of all, you have 6 minutes, more than 6 minutes, and also the position is not that hard to make 2 next moves.
Especially if Levon takes on b5, which is not unlikely. Then you'll have 1 automatic move, and you'll only have 1 more move to make and plenty of time to do it. Ooh. This is highly, highly concerning. I don't really see what the alternatives to a takes b3 are, a takes b5 even are. Because as we discussed, e3 runs into queen e2. Or sorry, it runs into queen d3, and then queen takes f5.
Daniel, very often you say that if one side falls asleep, and it's actually how I failed that Aronian just allow Hikaru to make the moves, and he was not really improving much from his side.
Well, Queen A7 is what this all boils down to. That was the first bad decision. I really don't like King F7. I mean, that just walks the king right into the middle of the danger. I would play E3 here, and again, just bail out and make a draw, you know. But Levon, I think, was still at this point harboring some hopes of winning. Now he's probably kicking himself as he gets down to 10 minutes. And that's how Hikaru does it. I mean, he's just so much more composed in critical moments than his opponents, especially as they reach time control. Like the way that Hikaru handles these like important moments, breakthroughs, the way that he pounces on opportunities is really second to none. But well, let's see. I mean, let's not shovel dirt on Aronian yet. You know, he's objectively, it looks like the engine is still giving you quality, but not really any obvious pathways to holding an immediate draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, talking about the engine, I just see the line here. What engine suggests is Queen B8, attacking on B5, forcing white to take a 6 pawn, and after that to push F4. And now the idea is that there's no checks, and if you take on A4, B3 knight is hanging.
Wow, that is a really difficult idea. Holy smokes. I mean, giving white this pawn on A6. And the point is that white can't make progress.
No, you can also anytime bring this queen on G8 with a check after F3 or before F3, you can do that.
Yeah, white's king is still unsafe. I mean, king F1, F3, and you're actually kind of threatening queen G8, queen G2 here. Okay, Aronian has played E3. Okay. Now this move, queen D3, apparently is the only one that gives white winning chances. But it's findable. The only thing I'm tempted by is queen E2. I thought that was tempting. Takes, king G7.
Yeah, he goes E3 now. And I think he sensed that he is not any longer better here, Levon Aronian. And this is also very good skill to be present in your evaluation and not to, you know, stuck with the idea that you had a better position, you had advantage at some point, but to be realistic and to feel when to make these kind of decisions where you see that, okay, it's okay to make a draw now.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a great point, and this is an indispensable skill of top players. They cannot afford to lose their objectivity. They can't afford to tilt during a game, and they can't afford to react emotionally to anything that's happening on the board. They have to say, my primary allegiance is to finding the best move, period, regardless of what has happened before in the game, as you've indicated. So let's see what Hikaru does here. He's down to 5 minutes. He's going to spend all of it on the next two moves.
Yes. I wonder, Dania, who our chat rooting for. I see now Twitch chats, not on YouTube, but guys, you can go ahead and spam your favorites name in the chat so we can see you guys are rooting for.
Sounds good. We'll see. Hopefully it's either Levon or Hikaru. I feel like there's going to be a couple of trolls who probably give a third name.
Third name. I'm rooting for tie breaks, to be honest, because I enjoy so much to see playoffs. It's a lot of nerve storm for chess players, but it's a lot of fun for us and for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely it is. I had a teacher in 11th grade who would give multiple choice questions on exams. And of course, you probably know where this is going. The answer would be a fifth choice that wasn't among the choices listed. So this was truly to test your understanding. And everybody knew that this was a possibility. So it was not out of the question that you would write in your own answer. I thought it was a pretty cruel practice, but hey, nobody asked me. Well, 3.5 minutes. Here we go. Buckle in. Two big moves. And Hikaru might also just play Queen E2 is the human move. I feel like Queen E2 is the move I would play in a bullet game. You know why? Because H5 hangs with check. And it is so hard not to take stuff with check.
Yeah, I like this move. Also, like after it takes f2, you have always queen f2 move or queen e6. Like you have more options there after queen e2.
Aw, I see Dina there in the chat saying Danya. I'm flattered. I don't think anybody is saying Hikaru or Aronian. Dominguez
Yes,
S.
this is always how it goes.
There really is. Danya and Ketty. There we go. I mean, we forgot to clarify, Ketty. We know we are everybody's favorite players, but after us, numbers 3 and 4. F4 by Hikaru. A different move. Okay. Interesting. He wants to, now he allows this pass pawn on e3, but he wants to go king f3. We mentioned a similar idea before. And now queen b8 once again is a very strong move here. And if b takes a6, then all of a sudden, whoop, the queen swings to g8, and then from there to g1, and all of a sudden, white's king is essentially checkmated. So be careful here. Queen b8 is so strong. And that, I think, is the cleanest drawing move.
Right, but it's a very, very big chance that they are missing because it's very engine-like move.
Very engine-like move. Queen
engine-like
b8, queen g8, queen g1. Are you kidding me? Just give up a6 like that? Yeah. I don't think so. AB, queen b5, queen a8 apparently also allows black to secure the draw. Again, with the idea of, Levon has to see the idea of getting the queen to g8. Otherwise, with the queen being passive, black is going to lose.
And this is an actual game, and it's not like a puzzle or study when you're given a position and like it's black to move, find the best move here you can find. But when you play and you have shorter time and there are lots of nerves there, you might not sense that that's the moment when there is some situation some tactical situation.
Right, that's a great point. You might just, if Levon were tapped on the shoulder and said, hey, there's a non-obvious move, obviously would have seen queen b8. There's just not that many choices, but as it stands, he's a lot likelier to take on d5. But still, it looks like, according to the engine, at least on a relatively low depth, this also should be enough to hold. Queen g8 and queen g1, once again, being the main idea. But Levon is likely to take a while here on his move. I don't know how much time he actually has. Perhaps we could get it's got to be less than 12, 13 minutes. I feel like he was down to like 10 just a couple of minutes ago.
Yes, and with the digital boards and the clocks, this happens that sometimes we don't have the most accurate time, but we have the accurate position, and it's clearly very, very mixed and very interesting.
Yeah, and Hikaru having all of the fun here. It's all about which position you arrived from, right? Everything is relative to where you were before. So Hikaru is the one who's very, very happy to reach this position.
Yes, and remembering what we had at the opening and the middle game, where Aronian completely dominated the position. He had a lot of ideas. He made quite a lot of very good decisions, but in the end, he was waiting too much. And he didn't make any radical moves by himself.
And that queen a7 move, I know I keep returning to it, but it was huge. And queen b8, he plays it. He plays it.
Wow.
He is.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
And king f1, Hikaru immediately saying, hey, don't even think about giving me a check on g8. Don't even think about it. And queen g8 is still possible. That's the funny thing. Queen takes c7, king g6. This is completely inhuman. And now apparently queen e8, hitting the pawn on b5 and threatening e2. And now black is all of a sudden better. But I think Aronian's probably going to take on b5. We'll see.
Yeah, and this is the move 40 already.
40,
King
move
F1
40.
was a move 40. That clearly says that Queen B8 was something that Hikaru was considering, and otherwise he had 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, so he could spend and every of these minutes and the seconds. But seems like he was looking for this, and Levon has to make this move, and he has 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Now there's only 30 minutes added. That's important. It's not an hour. It's not an hour and a half. It's only 30 minutes, and you could burn through that clock in one move. So one final big decision before the time control for Levon. Does he play A takes B5, or does he play Queen G8, even though White can take on C7 with check? A takes B5, Queen C6, B4, A6. And now apparently the drawing move is King moves aside. If Queen B7, Black again goes Queen E8, and it's a pawn race. I mean, White can't just blindly play A7. He's going to lose because of a bishop check. So it's, as long as the pawn on E3 stays alive, it's a very double-sided position.
Right. Is there a chance White will keep this queen on this diagonal, play Queen E2 to hit both pawns on E3 and H5? After A takes
B. A takes B5, Queen E2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, maybe. Queen takes H5 check, and then Queen takes F5 being a big threat. It's a very, very complicated endgame, and we are likely to see a time scramble if they actually reach one of these positions. And one more move here for Levon. He's probably at around 4 minutes right now. That's what we're being told.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to see a move very shortly.
Right.
No, they don't lose the 30-second increment. The 30-second increment remains, I'm pretty sure, until the end of the game. Okay. Levon goes Queen G8.
What we can suggest here, besides A takes B5, Queen takes B5 loses a game right away, because Queen trade is in any endgame is just bad, as pawn is too far. And that's a concept of a bad bishop. This bishop cannot really stop.
Mm-hmm.
Another move, Queen G8 to get there.
So we were looking at Queen takes C7 check, King G6. So the point is that Black threatens to take on D5. And if White takes on D6, and Black slides the Queen over to E8 with two ideas. The first, of course, is to go E2. The second is to take on B5 with devastating effect. And you can also infiltrate to E4.
Is there a third move, Queen E8? According to all these lines, Queen is so good on E8, threatening E2, a move right away. Is there a third candidate move Black can consider here in the current position?
Instead of Queen G8.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Instead of Queen.
If I had to guess, I would say Aronian will take on B5 because that's the default move. As for any other candidates, and you could throw the pawn to E2, but I feel like that wouldn't make much sense. It would send White's Queen to E2 where it kind of wants to go anyway. And you don't just want to give away your E-pawn that easily. I don't see anything other than A, B, and Queen G8. I feel like those are really the only feasible candidate moves, which probably means Aronian will find something else.
Yeah, after Queen E8, there is actually not any single threat here for Black, and White can simply take A6 pawn, and there's no E2.
Right.
And yeah, that's not the move Black is considering now.
Yep, and Aronian was at 6:30 4 minutes ago, so he's right at about 2.5 minutes right now. So that means we're about to see a move just any second now, and we will of course go on a break after he makes his 40th, because the players will regroup and presumably take their time.
Mm-hmm. At least some minutes to refresh their mind, to walk a little bit, to get some water.
As they should.
Right. Have you ever had a situation when your opponent thought too much on move 40 and he flagged himself? You get the point.
I did have a game against Ray Robson where in the US Championship, we had 2 games like this where we reached move 40 and we both spent 29 minutes on move 41. So we literally had a crazy time scramble. Then move 40 was made. We got up to go to the bathroom, like both of us at the same time. We came back to the board. He thought for 29 minutes. I thought for 29 minutes. Back we get to the time scramble. So that happens. I'm sure there were other games. Not a lot of people have lost on time against me. I think one or two. I have never actually lost on time myself. Have you?
I've never lost on time myself. I'm very careful
Nice.
with the time. I don't like time pressure, to be honest.
Yeah, neither do I.
I'm panicking when I have already 20 minutes on the clock. When I see seconds ticking down, like 19 minutes and some seconds, I'm like, oh my God, I'm in time trouble, and I'm just speeding up. But there was one really strange situation to me when, for the first time ever, I read the regulation and I saw the time control, and it was clearly saying that there is 30 minutes after 40 moves, like we have right now, the standard time control. And then I had seconds on the clock. I was not in a rush because I had the extra pawn in endgame. And I made it move 40, and I didn't get my time. Then I got panicked. AB was, by the way, played by Hikaru, by Aronian. And then out of this stress situation, because I didn't really understand, I was asking the arbiter like what's going on. I lost the game. So after this lose, I went to the organizer and the arbiter like, what happened? I read this regulation. And they said that, oh yeah, that regulation is old.
Oh my God, you read an old. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That should never happen.
And I said, like, I will never ever read regulation ever again. So
right,
I would not lose that game.
Yeah, to like not update it is absolutely crazy. Jeez, the chess world. Okay, well, A takes B5 has been played, Ketty, and that's our cue because that's move 40. It's been a while. Let's take a break. Let's let the players a chance to take some breaths. But part 3 of this game, we have had so many swings and twists and turns, everything we could have asked for and more here at the finals of the FIDE Grand Prix. First game, tons of action still to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. this year's SEC is going to be one that people will not forget anytime soon.
Oh, nice for Rook A5. Love that.
C3. I love what Shakira is doing. So resilient. That is textbook right there. Yeah, that's incredible.
That's perfect play. That's just
it's over.
And Ding Ren, all he needed to do was hold in the bullet. He moves on to the quarterfinals. But what a match this was, Danya. My head is spinning.
And where's the mate? Rook G7? No.
Oh my gosh,
no,
this is eval bar.
No!
It's over, right?
Oh,
how do you stop this?
God, this is insane.
And look, E5, E5 ready, Knight G3.
Hikaru is look at this final position, and this is just insane. This is indefensible with 10 seconds on the clock.
Like King, man, I don't see a move.
I don't see a move, and neither does Jeffrey. He's down. Okay, this is over.
Desperation, but you're getting crushed anyway. Too many pawns.
And it's going to be a 4-point lead, and he resigns. What Wesley, an incredible ending by Wesley. I mean, this is resignable, and the worst thing is that Nihal is going to win this with 3 seconds. Like, he's going to take on D3, he's going to go F5, and he's going to win the game.
I'm speechless.
In our final score, 18-9, Nihal exactly doubles Rehard Report's score. I'm watching the clock, Benjamin. Somebody's going to flag here.
Nah.
Oh,
play with 0.1
second. Oh, he flags again. Oh my gosh.
Rook takes C4. He's trying to give away everything.
Oh, there it is, Renegade Rook time. But here's what Black is going to do.
Oh no,
you're going to get. I think I'm a specialist in defending against. It's just King D6 and it's over already.
It's over.
It's over before it began.
Yeah, he tried, but Hikaru basically, in 2 moves, played instantly. Just took your idea and said, "Yeah, that's not going to work around here." That's a really surgical move.
You would never guess that this came from a Bonk class.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just did it, folks. Yeah.
And Fabi.
Oh no. Oh no.
We have our semifinal set. Nakamura against Ding and Nihal against Wesley. Can you take and go 95? Again, relying on that defensive knight. Oh, look at Wesley. I have no checks here.
Oh my god.
Bishop takes C4 and 92 interposing with check. And what an incredible win by Wesley.
He gets that 2-point lead back in incredible fashion.
Wesley wins the first semifinal. He's got 5 seconds. He's going to play instantly.
Sack exchange here.
Whoa, Bishop C1. It was a mouse slip.
Mouse slip. He was going to D2.
Oh, it was going to D2, but it was still bad. Rook H7 check would have been terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hikaru saves the match with a win in the last game. And we're going to overtime.
Oh.
Repeating.
Oh, everybody's
Bishop
dream come
F4.
true. More games. No, Ding wants checkmate.
I don't know if he does. He's got 12 seconds. He's got no time. I don't see the win. I don't know if I agree. Leave over to the draw. We're going to Armageddon.
We keep going.
Unbelievable. Hikaru survives. Will Ding see 97 and B6? That is his only chance to keep this end game going.
He has
the time, but he misses it. He misses it and he collapses. Rook B7, King F7, King E6.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But Rook A5.
Rook A5.
And the problem might be the Black is not going to give up the E4 pawn, and in that case, White's not winning that game. Ding overlooked it. Ding missing that tactical shot, which would have given him the chances, and now he doesn't see a move. Hikaru might pull this one out. I mean, Ding has to give up the pawn and then move the knight around. Hikaru's not losing this game. He's got more time on the clock, and Ding sitting back, basically admitting defeat. And that's it. The match is over. Ding resigns.
Yeah.
And Hikaru Nakamura wins the Armageddon against Ding Liren to make it to the SEC finals. Oh, what a move.
Finds him with Queen E6
with 2 seconds. Queen F5 on the skin of his teeth. Queen F6 interposing. Queen E7 Hikaru. Oh, and King F6.
Hikaru's still pushing for the win, but it should be
Queen G6 and Wesley blunders at the last second.
Oh,
Wesley blunders at the last second.
But still, it's not over yet. Hikaru still has to convert. King H3.
No, but 1 second. Wesley's just going to flag here. Queen G6. All the pawns are falling. It's over. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And Hikaru Nakamura, for the 4th straight time, he wins the Speed Chess Championship with one of the most commanding matches in SEC history.
Welcome back at the finals of FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Like one, here we have the first game of this match of Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. The game was not decided before the 40 moves. Now we have 40 moves plus 30 minutes on the time. And Dania, we do have moves that we don't want really to miss.
Wow, and Aronian played a lot faster than I expected him to. And I think he made a good move. So queen c6, we obviously expected. That is the natural move. And the clock ticking for Levon. I mean, he's got to get something done before Hikaru promotes. And Levon opting for e2 check. Now, what's the point of this move? This looks like madness. Why is he giving up the pawn? I think his idea is to go queen a7. What Levon is saying, what Levon is saying is that you cannot stop the queen from infiltrating to g1. Well, why is that important? Just because black wants to deliver perpetual. And this game might be ending sooner than we expected because, first of all, white can deliver perpetual. White can go queen d7, queen e8, and queen d7. But the thing is, one might wonder, well, what happens if white plays a6? Well, if white plays a6, then after queen g1, white is not out of the woods either. Like, this is a very sharp position. I think Levon has basically judged that his queen supplies enough counterplay to give him the draw, which it does. It is all zeros according to the computer. And I think this is a great practical decision by Levon to go e2 check.
I like this move. He's opened up this long diagonal for the queen, and obviously he's playing to get this queen on a7 and on the g1 square then, and he will be free to give a check, and he plays all happening really fast. That's really, really nice. Then yeah, there was one funny line that I would like to show. Can we get back instead of e2?
Sure.
There is a computer move, king g6. It just goes away from checks, and now the move a6 is so natural with queen b7 idea. Now black makes the waiting move b4, and after queen b7, this you're gonna see the drop of the evil bar. Queen goes on e8.
Right.
Pushes e2, next move bishop h4, and white can't get the queen on b file as this queen controls that square 2, and here's bad end.
Queen e8 is a nasty little move. King e2 and then queen a4 infiltrating from all sides. And this just shows that white's king is far from out of the woods here. This position is on the board, and it is possible that the game ends right now with a perpetual queen d7 and queen e8. Hikaru has that possibility, but knowing Hikaru, I mean, he also might sense that he might not be satisfied with the draw at this point, and he might go a6. I think it's unlikely, but possible that he goes a6, and then let's say a move like knight d2, trying to shelter his king with his knight. But the thing is, white also risks losing the game, obviously, here. I mean, like queen h2 check, for example, king d1, queen takes f4, and it's not as easy as 1, 2, 3. It's not like we're going to just push the pawn randomly, because you're going to lose it to a fork. And in general, the weakness of white's king makes it incredibly hard to push this pawn with impunity. And there's all sorts of batteries and mate threats, and I don't see Hikaru going for this. I feel like he would be happy. He should be happy to make a draw here, in principle.
Right, they have enough time now to evaluate the position rather than to play on emotions and just to. I think they will get over from this tension and the stress they had in this game, and rather they will think on this position only, not the past, and they will make this decision now to agree on a draw, because this can get really tense for white and as well for black. And I don't think they want to risk at this point at the finals, the first round at the finals, because tomorrow will be the hardest day if you lose this one.
Right. I remember this one time I was playing my friend Sam Shankland, who of course now is a very strong grandmaster, and we were both FIDE masters at that point. So we were both shooting for an international master norm, and we were playing each other. And this is a very funny situation because we both needed to win to get a norm. So if he beat me, he got an IM norm. If I beat him, I got an IM norm. And if we drew, neither of us got a norm. So it's like the game theory situation. So what do we do? Of course, on move 15, I offer him a draw because I was so nervous, and we both, I think, felt so bad for the other player that we were like subconsciously not pressing like we wanted to. He declines it. He's like, he said aloud during the game, do you really want to ruin the tournament for both of us? And then what did he do 2 moves later? Of course, he offers me a draw. And I was like, all right. At least that way we both know that we know the other person's disappointed too, which makes your pain a little bit less acute. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So.
And how this ended? You made a draw? Or?
We made a draw. Yeah. He offered me a draw 2 moves later, and I took it, and we both went home without a norm. But knowing that the other person also didn't get a norm was quite relieving.
That's Emil.
So, you know.
That's Emil to admit it. You might think, but to admit that in front of so big. No,
I'm happy to admit. I'm happy when Sam doesn't succeed, when my friends don't succeed. That's just the kind of person that I am.
Wow, what a story! We saw the other side of Daniel Naroditsky right now.
Indeed, no, that is the real side. That is the true side. The malicious, sadistic side. So I also I've had a lot of mishaps with norms in general, because you need a very specific performance rating to get a norm. I had a tournament with a 24.48 performance, whereas you need 24.50 for an IM norm. True story.
Oh no.
2 points away. That is one of the worst feelings when the arbiter is calculating your performance rating. And then, I'm kind of sorry. FIDE doesn't do the whole rounding up thing.
I've been myself into that situations quite often, because I was desperately trying to get my IM norm. I have one or two. And I remember one specifically because it was back in Capella Grand. I'm sure you have heard of this tournament. Maybe I'm not pronouncing the name.
Which tournament?
Capella Grand.
Oh, Capella Grand. Yeah, I played there a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really nice tournament. And back then, I was rather young, and Nihal Sarin was a young kid from India who was 2300, and he was not an international master. Then that's the first time I met him. He was so sweet and small, and he was fighting for this international master norm. And in the last round, we both were fighting for that norm. And I've got white pieces against Grandmaster or International Master. I was very bad position. I lost a pawn. The same story. I usually lost a pawn very early in the opening.
Right.
And then at some point, my opponent started to think. Out of nowhere, he started to think. I was like, hold on, what's going on? I started to think too, and I had huge compensation. And in the end, he was one who was making checks, and I could just go and continue king h2, king g1. I could do it. And then I started to think, hold on, I can get a woman prize. I can get a rating. I can get whatever. And I made a huge mistake by continuing to play, and I missed my norm. It was there, actually. It was there for me. I could just play one last more move, and unfortunately, I was greedy. So that's quite a sad story.
Greedy is not always bad. It's ambition. And by the way, we are getting word that Aronian offered to draw and Hikaru declined it. I don't know, a couple of moves ago, I guess.
Wow.
When was that big? So Hikaru has declined a draw, and that makes his policy on the position pretty much official, Kenny. Although, again, it's possible that he will offer a draw here as he realizes that he doesn't really have anything other than the perpetual. After Queen A7. Oh, after Queen A7. So it's weird, though. I don't know if I believe that, because Hikaru wouldn't decline the draw without making a move.
That's very nasty to say no right away.
Wow. I mean, I've never seen that before, but I guess Hikaru is this confident in the fact that he wants to play. But now he's down to 16 minutes. I wouldn't play with fire here if I was Hikaru. I mean, he's got not enough time really to go off the rails. But we'll see. Maybe he'll just 5 minutes later he'll be like, okay, draw, fine.
Well, there is two ways to decline a draw. First of all, you can be just quiet because it's your time. The draw is over and you can take as much time as you want. And then you make a move, which means that you decline and you don't necessarily need to answer no. And the other way is just to decline right away verbally when the opponent asks.
Right.
Yeah, what's the way you usually decline draw?
I make a move and then I usually say I'd like to continue or I'd like to play on, because there's nothing worse than I mean, it's fine not to say anything. If it's a rude draw offer, then I won't say anything. But otherwise, I'd say like I'd like to play on, because I don't want my opponent to think that I haven't heard him. Because that's an infuriating feeling. I remember I was playing A6 Queen G1 has been played, by the way. I was playing Mackenzie Molnar, who's an American GM, and I offered him a draw. And 5 minutes later, he was like, "Did you offer me a draw?" And I was like, "Yes, I did." And he took it, but it was just kind of funny. He sat there for 5 minutes. I had a feeling he didn't hear me, but I didn't want to offer it again in case he did hear me, which is why I also say I'll think about it. Like, I think it's really good practice after you're offered a draw to say I'll think about it, even if you know you're going to decline it. That's not the point. The point is to acknowledge that you've heard it and you've processed it, so that your opponent isn't uncertain about it.
Yeah, that's right. Also, there is sometimes some language barrier for some players, right? I very often write down draw offer, because I had some weird situation when my opponent offered a draw and then she declined later when I agreed.
Oh yeah, you agreed. No, I didn't offer you a draw. I've heard those stories before.
Yeah. So I always write down on my score sheet. I can do that. I cannot make some notes on this score sheet, but I can write down when my opponent offers me a draw. So in that sense, my opponent also sees that I heard, and I don't like to talk during the game, so I never say, "Is that the?"
Yeah, that was Hikaru did not play Queen takes D6. He took on C7 with check, and I think he's gonna play A7 here or Knight D2. This game is hurtling toward it. This game is gonna be a draw. Just because it's still sharp, of course. No, go ahead, Penny.
It's white who's present, and to not to agree on a draw, it's not something that it's rude thing or something. Black has to make the still very accurate moves, otherwise
of course,
white pieces are very active.
I think it's entirely reasonable that Hikaru declines the draw, but he also has to obviously be careful. I mean, with a king like that on E2, you can never rest easy. If you play A7, Queen G2 check, King D1. I mean, ultimately what's going to happen here, Queen F3 check. And one line the computer gives is King C1, Queen takes B3. Not the only move, but possible. Check. And despite having two queens, obviously white is unable to escape perpetual. Anytime you go to the C file, black checks on B2. Otherwise, the queen just sort of pursues the king, whichever file it goes to. So that's one way to make a draw. King C2, Queen E4 check is a perpetual. I don't see much that white can do here. 13 minutes also for Mr. Nakamura.
Yeah, he spent quite a long time, right? More than 15 minutes he spent.
Yeah, he's burning through his clock pretty fast. A7 is not out of the realm of the possible here. You might just go A7 and essentially offer a draw. Knight D2 is the only way, I think, to avoid a series of checks. But then you have to deal with like Queen takes D5. But now Queen B7 is winning for white, and then A7. So no, I guess Queen takes D5 doesn't work. Queen H1 check first, and then Queen takes D5 is the key. So now Queen B7, there's another check on C5, and the bishop can drop to G4 to stop A7.
Yeah, bishop can finally get into the game on this diagonal to stop white's pawn.
Aronian has built up another big time advantage. He's only spent about a minute of his extra 30 minutes because his moves have essentially been forced. And with every ticking second, I think the likelihood that Hikaru plays A7 and or offers a draw increases. Otherwise, he would have played a move already if he was confident.
King G6 was also played really fast, although this king on g6 I think is the safest. You don't really need to get the king on the back rank, because then a7 a8 comes with a check, and even just like one mistake will be just game over. It's a checkmate there.
Right. And the worst thing, what you definitely don't want to do is go bishop e7, because then you cannot use your bishop in the attack. And after a7, the king has a much easier time escaping the checks. Obviously, if you think about it, bishop on f6 is controlling a lot of important squares. Even a move like queen e4 check, with the bishop being on f6, this would have forced the king backward. As it stands, king c3, and the king can even escape through b4 and b5 to salvation all the way into black's territory. So Levon, this is a no-brainer for someone of his caliber. And Hikaru has played, or no, he has not played anything. Sorry, that was my move. a7. And I think he might play a7.
He has 13 minutes, but he doesn't really necessarily feel time pressure here, because he's the one who is who's pushing now. And
I think it's even less than that, by the way. I think it's more like 10 minutes, which is concerning if you don't force the draw. So let's see.
Yeah, after a7, you actually allow black to make all the checks there. White king cannot really hide.
Right.
What else he might considering here? Maybe.
Well, 92 and a7, I think, are the two candidate moves. I don't really see him playing anything else.
Queen c1, and to trade the queens in this way. Now bishop can come on d4.
Then I play queen g2, and I think it's not very good, yeah? Okay. Yeah, I feel like the queen is not going to get much better than it is. I mean, you would love for it to be on b8. That's the one improving square you can put it on. But if you go queen b8, again, you just don't have time for it. Queen g2, queen takes d5, and black's going to do all of this with check. So Hikaru thinking and thinking and thinking. And knight d2, he goes for the combative continuation. Okay.
He wants to hide the king.
It's still a game.
So we suggested queen h2, queen f4, right? Queen g2 might be a wrong decision.
Well, there's two possibilities. You can go queen h2 and queen takes f4. And the point is that a7, queen a4 check. And ultimately, this one way or another, this should end in a draw. And Levon immediately going queen h2. He didn't even think. He just went immediately queen h2 check. The funny thing is white can play... Oh, I can play king e3, I guess. But I think king d1. Now...
Yep, king is on d1.
Queen takes f4 is going to happen. Levon has been absolutely no hesitation.
Can black also grab d5 pawn, like queen h1, king c2, and queen d5 to keep this reserve, or queen a2 check?
Yep, this is possible. According to the engine, it's all equal, but that creates a deceiving idea that it's easy, right? You don't want to fall into the trap of assuming that it's, that it's just an elementary draw, which it's not. a7. I mean, black can even play b4. This is very scary. The queen is holding the promotion square, but the moment white plays queen b8, black starts checking queen a2 check. Queen a1 check, queen a6 check, and black is able to deliver perpetual, because anytime the king goes to a dark square, bishop d4 check happens, and this can only lead to negative consequences. White also loses the pawn here. But Levon's going to spend some time thinking about which pawn to take.
Well, taking f4 pawn, you also have this pass pawn on f5, and you open up the g5 square for the bishop to attack the knight.
He has taken an f4. No, Levon is also not opposed to winning this game if Hikaru is incautious here. And you know, one other move that came to mind is Queen A5, actually. Queen A5 came to mind.
How about to get this bishop on D4 now?
A7?
A7?
I guess here you have to take on A7.
To sacrifice, yeah.
Yeah, because you're
There's
out of
no
checks.
any check. Yeah.
Well, the knight is a great defender. It's very underrated as a defender. So Queen A5, one possibility for black is to go Queen E3. And then start delivering perpetual. A7, check, check. And no matter where the king goes. This is, again, how I think the game is likeliest to end, with a perpetual of this nature. But it might take another 45 minutes. We'll see. Okay.
Very likely Hikaru is down to 9 minutes, 8 minutes right now. As he's still having 12 minutes, I doubt that's the right time.
Yeah, people in the chat are saying draw, but I'm going to believe it when I see it. I think since Hikaru declined a draw, he's probably going to play it out to the bitter end. I don't know why I'm highlighting all these squares. Yeah, A7. Queen A4 check, King E2. The one thing to avoid here for black is Bishop D4. You don't want to play. This move looks very tempting, right? It looks like you're winning the pawn, but after Queen takes D6 check, the king has no good squares. If you go up to G5, you actually get checkmated in one. Look at this mate.
Oh, cute.
That is one brutal mate. So anything but that in this position. You could even just push your B pawn, and that's good enough. Or no, it's not because of Queen B7.
See, like
it's hard.
This move should be so like both sides has to be really careful. It's not draw. It's not easily drawish game.
Yeah, it is, and it's not at the same time. A7 and Bishop G5, one of several possibilities. That is a good move. Levon is so confident. He's got 28 minutes. He literally doesn't even care. Oh, you know what he's going for? So Hikaru can play Queen C2, and now Queen E3. That is there it is. Queen G1, King E2, Queen H2, draw. Because if you go up to D3, you're only running into trouble. Like
there's another checkmate.
This is how you get mated. Yeah, you got to go back. You got to go back, and then like it doesn't matter where you go. The queen is just going to pursue you, like diagonally if necessary, or via lateral checks.
Wow, so that's so funny, Dania. Aronian is back at the state he was before at the opening and the middle game. He was playing super precise moves, the best moves so fast. At some point he fell asleep, he missed some moves there. He could obviously play better not to allow Hikaru to make all this mess, and now we still see him back. I think that happened after the 40 moves when he had some time to refresh and just to, he did a great job. He did a great job sort of recuperating, because a lot of players in that situation would have just panicked and made a very bad blunder. And it was easy to make a blunder, given Hikaru's extremely far advanced passer on the A file. Very, very difficult to play accurately there. But he managed, and Hikaru is taking his time once again here, but there's just nothing else that he can do at this point. He has to play Queen C2, I think. Right.
We'll see.
Also the way how Aronian is played so fast in the openings and just in general, and also these moves he's putting so easily, that makes me feel that even though Hikaru is a favorite in rapid portion of the game, Aronian will be okay to get there too.
Right. I mean, Aronian is a great rapid player. Let's make no mistake. It's not going to be a walkover for Hikaru if there's a rapid. But I think just relatively speaking, and you came up with the statistics that show a very, very clear reversal of fortune between rapid and classical for Levon and Hikaru. As Hikaru down down to 6 minutes. I mean, he's searching for alternatives. The thing is, the only other way to defend the knight is via a5. But this only asks for trouble. You run into the move b4, which intercepts the queen and the knight. That's your queen b3, there's move b3. Queen a2, there's move b3. If knight takes b3, lovely. Again, you run into a barrage of very nasty checks. So not worth it. Not worth it for Hikaru. I would say go queen c2. Oh, he's gone queen a5. Just a5. When I say that. And Levon's going to go b4 instantly. Hikaru doing everything he can to prolong this game. Absolutely everything.
So after b4, queen a2 seems to be the only move, right? There is knight b3, but then queen comes on f1 with a check and goes on c2, queen e2. That's a bit of complication, is it?
Yeah. No, it is. It is. Yeah, no, I don't think that's worth it for white. Okay, there's b4. Of course, Levon, queen a2, and b3. b3 is the only move, actually. Very, very important move. Without b3, everything falls apart. You know, I was wondering if white could make a queen and then try to give perpetual, but this is actually not perpetual. After king f6, black's king somehow escapes. Okay, b3, Levon has already played. Look at that speed. And queen back to a5. Oh, and here we go. Now queen d4. Or you could play b2.
Why not? Yeah, why not b2? Here?
Oh, but then king. Oh, what a trick! And then king c2. That is actually a devious trick by Hikaru. Now he just goes king c2. The king is out of the woods. And if you play queen takes d2 check, then obviously white is not going to take on d2 twice. He's going to take once and then go a8 queen. What a devious trick by Hikaru. And of course, Levon could resort back to what he used to have, which is queen e3. And this is an insta draw, but he has to make sure not to play b2 in this position. Hikaru tries every last chance in the book before admitting the draw.
Yeah. So queen a5, and now the move we suggest is queen d4, right? Queen d4.
Well, there's a million ways to do the same thing. You could even go queen g3 with the same idea. All you need to do is make contact with the g1 square. That's going to be your key to the draw. Your queen is going to travel there, and it has 3 different paths, and Aronian going queen e3. And what I like is that he wastes no time. He sees it and he goes for it, and he's confident in his calculation. Now Hikaru has absolutely no choice but to promote to another queen. And a draw is about to be agreed any second now.
Yeah, queen g1 is on the board, but can't really avoid that check coming. King cannot get any better square now. And on the move for white seems to be a8 queen. And we're going to have just checks.
Yeah, I don't really know what Hikaru is thinking about here. A8 queen is absolutely forced. He's gotten himself down to 3 minutes. I think he's making sure that Aronian doesn't have checkmate, but spoiler alert, he doesn't. Right.
Yeah, very interesting game. Yeah. Until this point, so much tension. Credit from both players. We cannot say one was dominating the whole game. No. They both had their moments, and the opponent just played the strongest possible way.
Right. And Aronian with excellent opening knowledge. I mean, his Rai Lopez is just so incredibly solid. Once again, showing that he's among the leading experts in these anti-martial structures. And, it was scary for Hikaru all throughout the opening, through the middle game, but he's just impossible to bring down. I mean, the guy just does not die. He doesn't give. When he makes a mistake, he almost never makes a second one. Like, he'll give you maybe one chance maximum, if that. And if you don't exploit it perfectly, he's going to turn the tables on you, and then you're going to be the one defending, which is exactly what happened here.
True. The problem of most of the players, including myself, is like when I make one mistake, then I'm getting so stressed and confused, and I have a chain of the mistakes after that one, second, third, and ending up badly. Right. But these players at this level, they figure it out really fast. What was the mistake?
Yeah, I mean, mistakes follow each other, and yeah, A8 Queen G1 check has been played, and we are about to see repetition of moves. Aronian, Queen E3 check, and Hikaru technically could play King F1. That would be useless. I mean, it's not a serious winning attempt.
The edge 3 pawn is hanging with a check. So.
Right, and black is very easy for it. So the one thing, if you want to get mated, you can. It's not too difficult. Not too difficult. But King D1 is going to happen. And a draw. The first game is a draw. So it really all comes down to tomorrow. Yep, King D1. It all comes down to tomorrow's game. Levon will have the white pieces. He's been absolute dynamite with the white pieces. He's been a dynamo. And it's official. Game 1 ends in a draw. And everything depends on their second match game tomorrow, Ketty. What a game. This was worthy of a Grand Prix final. That's for sure.
That's for sure. You might think that it's a one game only. It's a classical chess. It's so hard to handle all these hours. But we had the best game we could ask for until the very end. The tension was there. It was beautiful lines that we have seen, and tomorrow will be the day that these two players gonna get at the chessboard again, but they will switch the colors and they will try the same and the best to achieve. Wow, what a day.
Incredible day, and we will go on a short break, Ketty, and then when we come back, we're going to recap the game for you, recap everything that happened, and send it off until tomorrow's. But first, short break. You're watching the FIDE Grand Prix. Game 1 is in the books, and we will be right back with a rapid recap. Welcome back. Game one in the books. And now it is time for the Grand Prix final. Game one, rapid recap. Ketty, this was an epic game. We could probably spend have spent hours delving into the details. But now let's take the higher arching view and let's quickly discuss some of the key moments in the game. The opening, which was an anti-martial, very, very common, Aronian's main line, and things went really comfortably from Aronian, really from the very beginning.
Yeah, that's right. They have played this opening before, but a3 and bishop b7 was something new. After queen d7, here Hikaru started to use more of his time rather than Aronian. And here very quickly, we had very beautiful maneuvering from white, knight coming on h2 and then on g4.
Yeah, it was a nice looking maneuver. We thought that maybe d4 was a more principled idea because what ended up happening, Aronian just ignores him. He goes king h8, very nice move to prepare f5. And ultimately, white trades and puts the queen on g4, but this queen is kind of suspended there. It potentially is a victim to the f5 pawn break, and white just doesn't really have any targets. Now, after a4, Ketty, b4 was an amazing decision, and it was based on a very strong pawn sacrifice. Bishop d8, knight takes b4, and now f5, basically blasting through the gates. This is a very unpleasant position. So Hikaru was forced to drop the knight back, and this gets unpleasant for white.
It was really unpleasant here. Black still keeps this boost g6 f5 on the board. He goes with queen d8, and we love this move as now Black has an option to bring this bishop from b7 to c8 to hit the queen on g4, which is a little bit stuck over there. There's also knight free to jump over on c5 or on d4, and we were traveling through all these lines where those two squares were really, really big for white. So because of this here, white made a decision to play c3 to open up the queen side a little bit and control the central d4 square.
Right, but the downside of this move is that it weakened the d3 pawn, and it didn't take Aronian long to exploit it. He goes g6, Hikaru trying to transform the structure of bishop d5, Aronian saying, okay, I'll take it. Now he goes knight c5, and there's that weak d3 pawn. Here we thought that queen c4 would have been probably the best way to defend it, although e4 still looks incredibly nasty. Here, Ketty, Aronian, Hikaru had a pretty crazy resource. Knight g3, e takes d3, bishop e3, and then he wins back the pawn, but not very human. And Hikaru ended up going bishop h6. Aronian takes on d3, hitting the rook. And after the liquidation, Black is up a healthy pawn. But Hikaru, this was his idea. He swings his queen to c4 and basically says, well, I've got an attack on your queenside pawns. And the next part of the game, Aronian handled very well up until the critical moment, especially the next move.
Yeah, the next move, which was, you were referring this move from Black, Aronian went for it, and the strongest move in this situation, as this queen from a8 not only guards a6 pawn, but also hits on d5. And for instance, if white takes c7 pawn, we're gonna see queen coming on d5, threatening queen d2, and this is way better situation for Black, as Black's pawn can be pushed forward, d5 and e4.
Right, and instead they both got their rooks to the b file, and right around this moment, so h5, this is all normal, both sides improving their position, but after a5, this was the most important moment in the whole game. We thought that in order to keep making progress, Aronian had to reposition his rook to c8 in order to prepare the c6 pawn break, or even c5 in some positions. First, he can play f5 to dislodge the knight from e4. The reason is that he has to activate his bishop. He has to get white's pieces off of their dominant post. And instead, Levon playing a move that looks good on the surface, queen a7, improving the queen, but it lets Hikaru shut him down. g3, now Levon can never go c6, Ketty, and there's just no way to get white's pieces, particularly white's queen and rook, off their incredibly dominant post. And what makes this worse is that anytime you trade, which he did, now white has the possibility of creating a very dangerous passer with b4, b5.
Yeah, that's right. And at this point, Aronian sensed all this danger on the queen side, and he pushed e4, then he got the bishop on f4. That seems to be the only move to avoid queen trade on d4, which is totally worse for black and losing end game. So here at this point, after king g2, we had h4 move. Aronian tried to expose the king side, but after that in king f7, which is a little bit inaccurate move, we had f5, and it's white who's exposing king side of the black structure.
Yeah, weakening some pawns, Hikaru giving back the pawn, and now going b5, here it is, creating a passer, and Aronian didn't want to cooperate, instead using the last opportunity to weaken white's king with e3. Here there was a very interesting try, queen e3, might have given an advantage after ef, queen f5, probably still a draw, but Hikaru instead going f4, saying this pawn is a weakness now, and I'm going to attack with my king. Queen b8, hitting the pawn on b5. This is a very complicated endgame. We could spend a long time talking about the subtleties, but instead, let's get to the critical moment. In this position, Hikaru threatens a6 and queen b7. He wants to promote the pawn, so Aronian gives away his e-pawn. The point is that white cannot stop the black queen from infiltrating to g1, where it will inevitably give a perpetual to the white king. And essentially, that's what happens. Hikaru tries his best to shelter the king underneath the knight, but ultimately, Ketty, Aronian, I think, found a very classy draw with bishop g5.
Yes, he goes in a draw with attacking and with active move. Now he's hitting knight on d2 with a check, and the b pawn goes all the way attacking the queen. After queen f5, he came up with this idea to get on g1 square with queen a3, and here we have this draw.
Yeah, we have a perpetual, 2 queens on the board for white, but king f1, queen takes h3 only asks for trouble, so Hikaru, nothing better to do than to take the draw. A fair result, an excellent game, not without mistakes, and Aronian going to be a little bit angry at himself, probably for missing a couple of chances when he was up a pawn, but by and large, high quality chess. It all comes down to tomorrow's game, and this was your Grand Prix final, round 1, rapid recap.
What a game, Dania. Here we have the tension is still there. Tomorrow we're going to have the final of the Grand Prix first leg. Still 13 Grand Prix points is on the table and 24,000 euro, and the title and the prestige and everything. Both of them really want to get that one.
Absolutely. Tomorrow's round starting at exactly the same time, 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern. Make sure, you can't miss it. It's going to be epic. I don't think it's going to be a quick draw. And even if it is, we'll have the tiebreak on the next day. So it's a win-win. But I think it's going to be an amazing day tomorrow, just as it was today. Ketty, another awesome day of commentary, and really a pleasure to be doing this tournament with you. I'm honored to be doing the finals.
Thank you so much, Dania, for joining us after such a tense weekend at Rapid Chess. And always pleasure to be here alongside with you. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to our viewers on YouTube and Twitch. Also, thank you to our producer who does a great job, and the whole Chess.com team. So please come back tomorrow at the same time and at the same place, because nothing is just decided. We have to see all the finals tomorrow.
Goodbye, everybody.